Welcome to the Cardano Summit 2025. Please welcome to the stage your host, Ben Thompson.
Hello, good morning everybody, guten Morgen and welcome to Cardano Summit 2025. Wonderful to see you all. A big hello to the folks joining us online as well. Wonderful to have our global community represented here in the room. So as the big voice in the sky just announced, my name is Ben Thompson. I am the technology editor over at GDS Group, and I am delighted to be your host over the course of the next couple of days. I'm also delighted to welcome you to the spectacular gasometer here in Berlin. I really love this high-tech meets industrial chic vibe that they've got going on here. A really cool space to host events. But I have to tell you, it wasn't always like that. Okay, so when this place was first built all the way back in the early 20th century, there were quite a few objections. The local residents fought tooth and nail against its construction. They were worried about gas leaks and poisoning and explosions. They were worried that the building would block out the sun. Local press called it a gross and monstrous disfigurement on the city's skyline. Good to see that resistance to and scaremongering around technology progress was alive and well even back in the early 1900s. Not much has changed today, unfortunately. But it's very different today, of course. This is viewed as an innovation and technology hub, as is Berlin itself. For those of you who joined us last year in Dubai, I'm sure that the grey skies and the chillier temperatures are somewhat of a shock to the system. But Berlin really has loads of great stuff going for it. After all, this is the Silicon Valley of Europe, according to the press. Over 500 startups are founded every single year here in Berlin. And the government has just committed to investing over 12 billion euros by 2030 to support those startups. This is a city of ideas. It's also a culturally rich city. You cannot move for museums and art galleries, festivals, historic monuments. They are absolutely everywhere. This is creatively rich. It's also home, I'm not sure if you know this, to arguably the world's most famous nightclub, Berghain, an absolute powerhouse in the techno space. If you haven't been, I absolutely recommend going there, provided, of course, you can get in. Its door policy is mysterious, highly subjective. We're getting to the bottom of it is quite the challenge, which is ironic, obviously, given that Berlin is synonymous with breaking down barriers. The wall coming down 30 years ago, it's a real symbol of democracy, of freedom, of progress, and of empowerment. All concepts that resonate with us here in the blockchain and Web3 space. So all of that makes Berlin the perfect place for us to be this week. It falls on me, before we get started, to announce just a couple of bits of housekeeping, the boring stuff, so apologies for that, but they will help you get the most out of the next couple of days. And the first thing that you should probably do is to download our app. If you haven't done so already, this is your on-site guide to everything that is going to be taking place over the course of the next few days. It's got information on our content program, on our speakers and our partners, what's happening, where and when. It's also got a really cool networking feature on there, plus loads more as well. So do download that app. I promise it will make the experience over the course of the next couple of days a much richer one. The Wi-Fi code, for those of you who need it, is up there behind me on the screen. There are also some tent cards dotted around the table. I'm not sure if you've seen the millennial update to Maslow's hierarchy of essential human needs, but that puts Wi-Fi right at the base of the pyramid, below all the warmth, shelter, food, oxygen, etc. So a very fundamental piece of our week here today. We live in a connected society. In terms of what is happening this week, this might provide a useful guide. So Our plenary room here is going to be for most of the content here. We've got panels, we have got keynotes, we have got fireside chats. There is also the expo room and the demo zone further down the hallway, and we have a networking space in the lobby for the one-to-one meetings. We have masterclass sessions taking place as well, concurrent with our content here on the main stage. They are taking place on the first floor. I mentioned our one-to-one meetings there. These are a great way of you all connecting with each other. You can just send somebody a message that you want to meet with via the app, let them know which table number you want to meet at, and then you can meet them in the lobby. It's not heavily regulated, but it should be a good place to get started. Okay, right, so that is that. In case of emergency, I'm really hoping we don't need this, folks, but there are obviously emergency exits marked in green throughout the building. We will meet on the car park outside the main building here. Obviously, staff will be here to show you where to go, should that eventuality happen. And on that note, if you do need help with anything over the course of the next couple of days, please do grab somebody with a blue lanyard. They are more than happy to help. So we have got loads lined up for you over the course of the next couple of days. But this is really about you folks meeting with each other and learning as much as you can, both from our speakers here on the main stage and in the masterclasses, but also, from your peers in the room and our partners over in the demo zone and the expo zone. So please do take that opportunity as much as you possibly can. Learn from each other. I promise it will be a much richer experience if you do. We've got a ton of stuff going on here on the main stage. We've got loads of great speakers lined up for you, all of whom are excited to share their thoughts and dive into many of the topics that you've told us that you are most interested in. So loads of exciting stuff going on there. We've got stable coins, we've got digital product passports, we've got policy, regulation, technology change, loads to dig into. We'll also be looking at broader themes such as AI and blockchain integration and their impact on the enterprise, and considering the evolving technical landscape of blockchain and Web3. So loads of fantastic learnings to be had, plus the kind of the networking and learning piece I mentioned earlier on as well. Okay, one final thing from me. Those of you who are collecting points for the Hydra vending machine out in the demo zone, then do make sure that you scan QR codes when you see them appear behind us on the main stage. They get you points to use towards that. There are also QR codes dotted around the various booths in the expo, so do make sure to do that. So, with all of that out of the way, let's dive in and get started on some content. And I think it makes sense for us to begin with some context. What does the landscape currently look like? On some of the trends that are defining the blockchain industry as we look ahead to 2026 and beyond, on the current state of play with regards to technology, regulation, adoption, and much more. And on what all that means for business at the enterprise level. So, here to kick things off, and let me welcome our first guest today. Please put your hands together for the brilliant Frederick Gregard, CEO here at Cardano Foundation.
Good morning and welcome. The Cardano Summit is here again. We are again at capacity. It's about 800 people around the room here. Amazing venue. We have about 10,000 people watching online. We have 70 countries represented here. Now, there's still a bit of way to go, right? I would like to have a situation that we have 190 countries, maybe 191, 192. I see some people in here who's already, planning the next country issuance and the next constitution. And you know what? We did a constitution. We wrote a constitution. We expressed it in smart contracts. And now there's people in the room here who's getting inspiration from that. Isn't that amazing, huh? Yeah, woo! I mean, come on. I probably will miss a few, right? But we have people here from Germany, from Switzerland, from France, from UK, from Macedonia, Serbia, Poland, Russia, Austria, Singapore. Yeah, you name it, huh? We even had, we had people, I think, which we're not supposed to mention, who came here to have to cross borders because they really believe that Cardano is about serving all people. And when you think about it, right, Cardano is not about a blockchain. It's about people. It's about people who dare to believe that technology could do something different, who could empower institutions and people in a different way. We very often walk down that rabbit hole and we think about it's the bytes, it's the binaries, right? But in reality, this is not it. This is about the only piece of technology out there who's right now carving the path forward, who's powered by people. This is what Cardano stands for. And you know what? We are not alone. Cardano has fostered multiple other blockchains. We have people also here from Apex, did an amazing fork of Cardano, and they're building up an ecosystem. We have other people in the UTXO space, right? So this is also about inspiration, from verifiable proofs, from key research and core research, and about sharing that research to put the foundations for new technology stacks, who's going to make us post-quantum secure, and about sharing that. I spent last week talking to United Nations in Denmark and seeing some of the amazing projects, what they're doing. And to my great, great surprise, I walk into United Nations City in Denmark, and there's Cardano projects. How awesome is that, right? You are into this big building, very institutional. You meet, Cello, you meet Tezos, you meet Ethereum Foundation, you meet all the other blockchains which you know, and there walks in an army. Well, that's probably a bit much, but there walks in a crowd of Cardano projects, plus a crowd of people who says, how do we get on Cardano? I mean, isn't that amazing? I mean, how do we actually establish trust as a global scale in a digital-first world? Because it's no longer about code. We don't need another hard fork right now to go to the next level. The only thing we need is the 10,000 people who is listening right now, minimum, and the people who went all the way to Berlin. Berlin knows a thing about rebuilding, about reinventing itself through collaboration, community, and innovation. They've done this several times. This is so close to the DNA of Cardano. And I think this is why we also chose to be here. But that's the emotional part. Let's look at some of the data points. We now have over 100 German mid-sized to large-sized companies who's using and benefiting from the features of Cardano through a famous Cardano project called Masumi from Service Plan. 100 projects. For years, we've been talking about, the European Union and the European Parliament want something called a digital product passport, right? This idea, if it's produced in the European Union, if it's sold in the European Union, it needs to have a digital product passport who goes all the way to the expiry of the product. Now, this can be a really sort of a weird thing, right? But what this really is a liability on the balance sheets of startups, right? Because very often the physical product lasts for generations, but the company might not last for generations. But today, I am wearing a watch, a Cardano watch, from a Swiss manufacturer, hand-produced, from Maurice Mauriac, with a full digital product passport engraved into it, including an ADA wallet. So we're no longer talking about digital only, digital first. We're now talking about that here in the German space. We are talking about regulation enables innovation, and now we are producing physical goods anchored on the Cardano blockchain. Yesterday, some of you saw 300,000 bicycles on the Cardano blockchain, and they just signed another agreement with another 1 million bicycles on the Cardano blockchain. Right? We're soon becoming into an era where there is more goods on the blockchain than we are members of the digital state called Cardano. Isn't that amazing, huh? Now, I truly believe that trust should be public, verifiable, and decentralized. Now, sometimes we need to, eat our own dog shit, right? And sometimes this is hard. We went through it with Bitcoin, right? So when we discovered how much energy consumption Bitcoin did, some of us were smiling, right? Because we knew Cardano was, better, faster, cheaper to a certain extent, right? But then regulation came in, and we had to get something called a MiCA regulation, and Cardano was the first blockchain in the world who got a MiCA license. Now, on top of that, a year later, we're sitting in here, and some of our engineers will be walking around the room with a new node with the size of this, powered by a AA battery, who's now able to verify blocks on the Cardano blockchain. A AA battery, right? So we are in a place right now where we are not just moving faster or at the same pace as innovation, but we are bridging the gap to not just being regulatory conform, but having enterprises who said, okay, we gave up on blockchain. It was too expensive. It was just too complicated. There was uncertainty about the supervisory authorities, about, the stock exchanges, about, the ESA 30401, type 1 and 2 certifications, all these kind of weird things none of us in the community really knows a lot about. But now the situation has switched, right? Because we have a very uncertain geographical risk moving around where the world is defragmenting. So here in the European Union, there's suddenly countries that are saying we cannot be in an American stack, right? In the US, they say, oh, we need to be in an American stack, right? But what are we? We are the world stack. Because Cardano is operated from around the world. And after a few months, we will not just be operating on one type of software, we will not just be operating on two types of software, we will be operating on the community's software in plural, all governed by you, the community. There's no longer one person or two person or three person driving that. Well, somebody has to go on stage and do the opening, right? But it's not about one or two individuals. Every time I come to these events, I was in Token a couple of months, last month in Singapore, right? I meet Cardano projects I've never heard about, or I meet blockchain projects or enterprises who are switching to Cardano. Sometimes we are a little bit hard on ourselves and we stay in this bubble. But that bubble is bursting. And the fact that we have companies like Johnson & Johnson, who is vibe coding with Fabian yesterday on the ground about, reinventing pharmaceuticals and, tracking blood. So we have Novo Nordisk here. We have Würth, a family-owned business who's moving with Iagon, right? We have a lot of these traditional companies coming in. And who is the best ambassadors for embracing them? Clap the other guy or girl on the shoulder, because he's sitting next to you, or she's sitting next to you, huh? This is you. You know everything there is to know about Cardano. Now, the question is, if you really look deep into it, we've been through some rough years, right? In 2017, we barely had a transaction ledger, right? I think some of the crew in here who was brought in to kind of fix that little issue, they're still walking around, and so many of them, Duncan and so on the streets here today, right? We went through a couple of hard forks, right? We got up to a level where we are par with Ethereum. We're able to challenge Wall Street. And now we're in a situation that you can do everything you want on Cardano. Now, there might be things which is economically not, a good idea to do on Cardano. There might be things which is too transparent, because your business model might be a little bit flawed or whatever that might be. But rest assured, everybody, there is not a target operating model we cannot do on Cardano right now. The question is, who do you call? If you don't know how to implement it, or you don't know the business ramifications, the business logic, if you don't know the legal consequences, if you don't know the policies, if you don't know the documentation, who do you call? If you don't have the funding, who do you call? Look around in this room, because all of that is here. We have an army of lawyers and compliance people in here. We have an army of regulators and policymakers from around the world in this room. We have big tech, small tech, human tech, social tech. We have it all in here. We have some of the best engineers. We have people who have been chased down by nation states to basically do nation-state governed identity, and they still choose to work for Cardano, and they're still on our stack, and they're still spreading the word, right? So I believe that what you will find in this historic building here today is an army of change makers. The knowledge is all here. We no longer need to think about, oh, if we had that little feature, or we can do this and that. No, we have it all. And on top of that, we have a scalable, working governance model. I know some of you are a bit tired of this, right? It's a little bit much governance these days, right? And there's a little bit much changes and so on. But we have a scalable, documented governance model. So I believe there's really nothing who can stop us right now. Now, what we do need to get to is we need to get to a situation that the income of Cardano is matching the incentives of Cardano. And that is the day where Cardano is finally set free. Because when we get to that situation, nothing holds us back. If you're in doubt about what that needs, it's about somewhere, depending on how you do the numbers, right? But it's about 500 times the amount of transactions we're seeing on Cardano today. And obviously, we would like to get that in a diversified aspect with as many use cases as possible. But if you saw the Battle of the Builders yesterday, I mean, it's amazing, right? So what we need right now is we need marketing, not general marketing, but we need marketing, people-driven marketing with clear KPIs, as the marketing committee was suggesting yesterday. What we need is you to walk through those doors. We need generations who's been building businesses and taking over businesses, like the second generation watchmaker, who's doing everything with their hands, and now suddenly they believe so much in Cardano that they're on Cardano, right? This is the army of change makers we brought together in Berlin. And Berlin certainly knows something about rebuilding itself. So thank you very much for being here. It's a true pleasure serving you all. It's a true pleasure being a digital citizen of Cardano, which now turns physical. I really appreciate, even though it's a lot of work, to be a part of the voting and all of those things. But now it's time to really ask yourself, how will you write the next chapter in the Cardano family history? Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff from Frederick there. Many thanks for setting our scene today, Fred. I should probably mention at this point as well, for anybody who is wondering, Fred and I are not related, at least not as far as I know. It does look like we share the same barber, though, which is lovely to hear. Okay, so up next, we are going to be digging into some of those themes that Fred touched upon there in a bit more detail, not least that piece of research that he mentioned there, commissioned by Cardano Foundation in association with the Blockchain Research Institute. This is a brand new piece of research, and we're going to be exploring what that means to you folks in the room and to the wider community in our next session. So, entitled Introducing Digital Trust Infrastructure, the Foundation for the New Digital Economy, our next guest joins us all the way from Canada to launch the report and to kind of explain a little bit more. So, without further ado, let us welcome him up to the stage. Here to talk to us about digital trust infrastructure and much, much more. Please welcome Douglas Heinzman, Chief Catalyst over at the BRI. Douglas.
Hi there. Thanks very much for having me here. I'm absolutely delighted to spend the next 20 minutes talking about digital trust infrastructure. The Cardano Foundation approached the BRI about doing a research project about what is the infrastructure that's going to underpin the next economy. road systems, rail, ports, electrical grids, the internet. These are all foundational infrastructure upon which we have built economies. We've built entire societies. And infrastructure is what happens when a group of technologies mature and get formalized and get standardized and coalesced and abstracted into something that other people in an economy and in a society can build value at very accelerated paces. They reduce the friction of collaborating, of communicating, of transacting. And the question is, what in fact will be the new infrastructure? Infrastructures define ages. The roads and rail systems and even the port systems help define the industrial age. The internet and telecommunication infrastructures and electrification, amongst others, help define the information age. And the economy that we will build on top of the next infrastructure will be a very new kind of economy. And so the task that the Cardano Foundation set for us was to do a piece of research to explore what that infrastructure looked like, to look at the component pieces, analyze how they're being coalesced, investigate examples of proto-emergence of infrastructure projects, both in government and in industry from around the world. The basis of any infrastructure really has to do with trust, and this is especially true in the new infrastructure. Trust has to do with reliability. It has to do with predictability. It is fundamental to the goal of infrastructure of reducing transactional friction. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that the basis of this next infrastructure is a trust layer. The digital trust infrastructure model that we've built really is based on these 5 discrete layers of technology. The first layer of the infrastructure is the foundation. It's the trusted data fabric. It's what happens when you take a group of data sources that can come from any number of different places, and it will be a hybrid trusted data fabric, but you underpin it with a truth anchor. And this is where distributed ledgers and blockchain come into play. There certainly are going to be certain kinds of data that will be stored on the chain, but more often than not, the chain will be used as a means of creating truth anchors for data that resides in a great variety of different locations, hosted by a great different number of types of organizations and governments. There are various different abilities that we can start building on top of this infrastructure. They include an identity layer. And at the identity layer, we have to think of identity in a number of different component pieces. There's a core identity, and the core identity is the essence of who we are. And as we represent ourselves to other people, it is the identifier that allows us to define ourselves as an individual. Then there are also an extended group of structural definitions about identity. And these are our certifications, our licenses, or academic credentials. They are something that is structural about who we are. They are the transactions upon which our credit ratings are based. And then above that layer, there is a slightly softer but a social reputational layer to our identities. And this explains our trustworthiness, it explains our experiences, it explains how people think of us, and it also incorporates things like our social media. And then on top of that, we have an operational layer. And this is really an emergent layer that becomes more and more important as we move further and further into the AI era. We think of it as an identic layer. Identic really being what happens when agent technology evolves to a point where it has some degrees of real agency and objective creation and represents us in transactions. These agents bank for us. They advocate in the healthcare system on our behalf. They transact with other companies, with other people, and with other agents on our behalf. And we need to represent an identity for this operational layer, so that as our agent interacts with other people or agents or companies or governments, that certain things about that agent are understood. Who owns them? How they were trained? What are their capabilities and certifications? So these incorporate what identity really is about. And identity isn't just about people. It's about the billions and billions of IoT devices out there. It's about our automated vehicles. It's about the various different sensors that capture carbon content in various different goods around the world. It tracks various different goods in transit across supply chains. They also represent company entities or governmental entities, organizational entities that also want to represent to the outside world who they are and what their capabilities are and their certification and their trustworthiness. And finally, as we've already kind of alluded to, they also now are going to be representing AI-based agents, whether they are agents that represent us as people, or agents that represent companies, or agents that have a particular capability and have a particular function in an ecosystem. And so identity applies to all of these things. The next layer in the trust infrastructure is all about authoritative registries and data exchanges. And this is what allows infrastructure to really work. It's the rules and standardization that allows different components of infrastructure to interact with each other. There are going to be not only trust registries having to do with the identity layer, but authoritative registries that have authoritative information about a particular domain, and data exchanges that allow information to flow freely back and forth between these different systems. We're already seeing various different proto-examples in private industry, in the healthcare space, things like the X-Road initiative in Estonia and Finland and being adopted by various different governments around the world. There's many of these emergent data exchange capabilities out there, but they provide the security and the basis for data to move between the various different pieces of the trusted data fabric. The next layer is programmable value and digital payments. These are the payment rails. This is how we move value with very, very little transactional friction between different entities in any sort of ecosystem. And of course, this space has been maturing and developing over the last 15 years and has seen a tremendous amount of innovation applied to it. And as we are now moving into this next era, we're seeing increasing sophistication around things like central bank digital currencies, and especially around stable coins. And there are regulatory initiatives coming out of government in jurisdictions around the world, here in Europe, in North America, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America, where the recognition of the power of turning currency into a digitized format so that we can move value around the world between different actors incredibly quickly and efficiently is very, very compelling. And so this layer is being formalized. It's also, by the way, a formal layer of something called Digital Public Infrastructure, DPI, which is a UN initiative and is being adopted by various different governments as a means of delivering public infrastructure to citizenry. And digital payment rails is part of that framework as well. But DTI, Digital Trust Infrastructure, is kind of a superset. It's a broader definition, much more comprehensive. The next layer, the top layer, is something that we call Universal Basic Intelligence. AI plays two fundamental roles in DTI. It provides a backplane to enhance all the other layers, to provide risk analysis, to do discovery of cybersecurity threats, to provide predictional boundaries so that we can figure out when something is outside of a patterned norm. But more importantly, and more relevant to most of us as individuals or as businesses or as policymakers, is that it will be expressed as a service. And we're already seeing this manifest in various different companies where they've implemented a company-wide intelligence that allows their workers to interact with various different functions, whether they're inspecting a warehouse or they're moving into a marketing meeting, but it's an intelligence that is trained on a specific domain, that it has information relevant to that particular context and situation. And what we believe is going to happen is that jurisdictions are going to see an awful lot of value of investing in a basic intelligence that is trained on the jurisdictional information of local regulations and of local laws and local customs and duties and local culture and linguistic preferences, local banking norms. And small businesses will be able to query and find out how to very quickly and efficiently get access to the proper approvals and licensing, how to do compliance, how to find partners and customers, how to build marketing and sales campaigns that are relevant to the domestic audience in which they find themselves. And we're going to see many, many manifestations of this being implemented. And under the covers of this, there's all kinds of questions about how, in fact, do we train these things? The reality that it's not going to be a monolith, but it's going to be a federation of various different AI capabilities that will be manifested as this basic level of intelligence. So, DTI as a framework, the idea here is to provide a basis so that we can have intelligent conversations, that we can develop really important strategies about how to move forward and how to create value at an accelerated rate. It has some very core basic ideas. The most fundamental of them is the transition of architecture and attitude from one of capturing data, storing data, and then forwarding that information as part of a transaction to some sort of counterparty, often across some sort of messaging interface, to a new world where it's much more of a request and verify. And that sounds like perhaps a difficult transition to imagine, but it really is very fundamental. And the way that we build and architect systems will be different because of this change in mindset that is enabled by this new infrastructure. It's going to be a hybrid environment where we're going to have lots and lots of different types of data from various different sources, once again, glued together both through interoperability data exchange frameworks as well as through trust anchors. It's going to need to have very strong public-private partnerships. This has been true of the emergence of all kinds of different infrastructures throughout history. But especially now, we're going to have to figure out who is going to define the standards and the rules, which parties are going to bring innovation and capital and expertise to bring this potential into the real world. And that's going to be a very important focus, that we're going to need to figure that out. All of this is going to be accelerated by AI, as everything else is in the world these days. But AI becomes really a fundamental part of core infrastructure and available to everyone in this world. And governance, the flywheel, accountability, figuring out what the rules are. It's just like the road systems. If we didn't have the governance around it, that everyone abided by driving on a particular side of the road and adhering to various different signage in certain kinds of ways and speed limits and the like, and that the cars weren't built with certain safety considerations and anticipated braking distances and acceleration capabilities and all those sorts of things, the system doesn't work. You need a lot of governance around these sorts of things for it to work. And once again, we're not inventing this out of whole cloth. We've been working on this technology for a very, very long time, and they're now all coalescing. And really, this comes down to this fundamental thing, that at the foundation of all of this infrastructure is this concept of trust. The lack of trust is such an inhibitor to efficient operations. The challenges that we have with fraudulent presentations of capabilities, that counterparties that may assert their ability to have signing rights on behalf of a company, and only to discover later that, in fact, that wasn't true. We've entered into a series of very expensive transactions, and we've got to go and unwind them and deal with the financial implications. And then because of all of that, we've got to go and figure out who these people are ahead of time and investigate them and do background checks. All of this is terrible friction. If we can embed those things into the background, where people can assert a certain credential that I can do these things, a presentation where you don't need to know all the details. A truck comes across a border, and we know that the contents of that truck is certified, has been inspected, has a certain carbon content, is sourced ethically, complies to all the various different regulations, and that screen on the customs border crossing guard goes green and says, yep, you're done, through. That's taking vast, vast amounts of friction out of the system, accelerating, in this case, trade. So the benefits are substantial. Simply just in the reduction of fraud exposure and the reduction in compliance costs, because compliance in DTI becomes part of the fabric. It becomes so much easier to design for compliance because the system is inherently auditable. It's much easier for regulators and for tax authorities to actually monitor things and figure out what's going on. So because it's embedded in the fabric, it takes a lot of the cost out of the system. Lower transactional frictions are pretty obvious. Much faster onboarding, right? Because background checks, once again, all of that is now an inherent part of the underlying infrastructure in the network. Ecosystem automation becomes much more possible as all those frictional barriers start to reduce. The ability to build automated systems that span across ecosystems becomes a very real possibility. Understanding risk and being able to manage around that risk is something that also becomes quite accelerated in this world. Better decision making as well as accelerated ideation innovation. So these are the potential benefits. The call to action is that we're really on a precipice. We have a lot of stresses in our society. We also have to recognize that economic growth has traditionally been based on three fundamental pillars: ready access to inexpensive labor, ready access to plentiful and inexpensive capital, and factors of productivity. Well, because of the demographics in most industrial countries, we don't have the first one. We don't have that labor subsidy that previous generations have had access to. The vast majority of the capital that has subsidized most of the economy for the last 30 years came from the baby boomers' investments. That great source of capital, that great subsidy, isn't available to us to nearly the same extent. And that means that we have to focus on the factors of productivity to realize any sort of economic growth. And we need a new infrastructure upon which we're going to build that new kind of economy. So, about 5 months ago or so, the Cardano Foundation came to the BRI and said, we want to explore this topic. We want to bring together a whole bunch of bits and pieces and put them into a framework that can act as a real call to action, as a means to coalesce a lot of interesting ideas into something much more substantive. And so we've produced this report. It's being published today. It's a pretty extensive report. I'm incredibly grateful to the large number of Cardano Foundation colleagues that have contributed to this research, as well as to the many academics, policymakers, and business leaders from around the world who were interviewed and actively participated in this research. I hope that you will all find the research very interesting and benefit from it, and that it provides an intellectual framework to engage in those highly productive conversations. And so we really hope that we can help. We hope that this research is helping, and we're very grateful for the opportunity to share some of our ideas with you and look forward to collaborating with any and all of you going forward as we collectively engage on our journey towards the next economy. Thank you very much.
How do you empower trust in every interaction? And how do you know it's authentic once you do? In healthcare, data compliance protects patients. In supply chains, source validation supports transparency. And in finance, network security prevents fraud. Across industries, identity verification is the foundation of trust. Yet existing solutions fall short. Last year, data breaches affected 1.7 billion records in America. Why? Because we give up control of our credentials, data, and digital identity. Take back control with Veridian, an open-source digital identity platform. With Veridian, your organization can protect user data and prevent fraud, support enhanced credential issuance, and ensure interoperability with verifiable data. And with the Veridian wallet, these features are right in your pocket, making self-sovereign identity simple. Privacy first, enterprise grade, future-proof. Discover how Veridian empowers trust in every interaction.
Right then, folks. Okay, some fabulous insights there from Douglas. Many thanks for that, Douglas. So as you can see, we are setting the stage for our next session, a panel session, where we're going to be digging into some of the insights shared in that in the previous discussion, but also, looking at how some of those topics resonate with the with the kind of the enterprise crowd. So let's hear some different perspectives on blockchain adoption, direct from those charged with implementing it. Here to explore how to embrace blockchain technologies at scale, and more importantly, what it takes to drive meaningful change inside organizations that already have established systems and organizational cultures. Please welcome our brilliant panel. We have Florian Kruger-Herbert, Head of Technology, Innovation and Venture Building at Johnson & Johnson's Innovative Medicines Department. Doran Gahl, Head of Digital Sustainability and Soil Health for Syngenta. Dr. Hans Knott, Vice President for Hamburger Volksbank. Pankuri Bansal, blockchain expert over at the UN and founder of Blockcom. And Dan Danay, Head of Blockchain at Checkpoint. And leading them, the wonderful Dr. Inga Michler, economics reporter for Business Insider.
Oh, good. Yeah, get the hand mic. It's okay. Give him a hand. Yes, that's okay. I can stand for a while. Well, hello, everyone. Good to have you guys here. I'm happy to moderate our first debate. It's been almost 10 years now that there was a whole lot of buzz about the blockchain revolution. But so far, at least if you read general media, the big rollout hasn't happened just yet. So let's explore what's going on beneath the surface. Where is blockchain already in use? Where does it still have potential? And where was the technology simply overrated? And I'm looking forward to discussing this with the following guests. We have, to my left, Dan Danay, Head of Blockchain at Checkpoint company, providing cybersecurity solutions for enterprises and governments around the world. And you have recently announced a partnership with Cardano. So welcome, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Right beside you is Pankuri Bansal, founder and blockchain expert at Blockcom, a consulting company specialized on the implementation of technologies like AI, blockchain, and the Internet of Things. You also serve as a blockchain expert for the UN, so you have a very broad and general view. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
And next to you is Hans Knott, Head of Planning and Projects and Regulatory Affairs at the Hamburger Volksbank. And you, and I'm really impressed with that, own a PhD in physics with focus on computational physics and quantum optics. A techie at heart, if you can say so.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. And last but not least, we have Florian Kruger-Herbert, Head of Innovation and Venture Building, EMA, at Johnson & Johnson Innovative Medicine.
Your company focuses on medication for complex diseases such as cancer, autoimmune diseases, and Alzheimer's. Good to have all of you here. And let me start with you, Florian. Blockchain has been marked as a silver bullet for supply chain transparency, fraud protection, traceability, etc. But we seem to be kind of stuck in pilots. So why is that so? And, well, where is it already in use?
Yeah, good question. And again, thank you very much for having me. And are they going to kill me if I move it? Because everyone always needs to lean back when looking at me.
You can do that.
Look, and I'm feeling a little bit like that exotic animal here, right? Coming from healthcare, and I'm not sure how many healthcare other folks are in the room. Oh, one more. Okay, cool. We need to meet for networking. But as you said in the beginning, there was this hype like 10 years ago, right? Everyone was speaking about blockchain, and yes, you also have the cryptocurrency, et cetera, et cetera. And when you look at healthcare overall, I think it's one of the topics that has been not looked at enough in the past couple of years, and I come to that in a second, what it also means for J&J. But if you look at my industry peers in healthcare, for many of them, blockchain is like this safe, tamper-proofed, trusted record that everyone can trust, right, from manufacturer to patients. And then if you look around the industry in pharmaceuticals, yes, we mainly used it for track and trace, making sure that you don't have any counterfeit products coming into the market. And then from a J&J level, like a couple of years ago, we also did a proof of concept where we looked into how can we collect more transparent and more securely real-world health data of patients, right? So we took patient prescriptions, we took the usage data, and we tried to figure out a way, how can we actually use that data in order to make it not fakeable, but also in order to prove the authenticity, right? And we came pretty fast to the conclusion, because we looked at it from a centralized model approach, that it's very unsustainable for one large corporate only to look at it, because you have all those different players in the healthcare ecosystem, which are the regulators, the payers, the pharmacies, the patients, the hospitals, all that stuff.
Use different data systems, I believe, so it makes it hard to combine.
Everyone always speaks about interoperability, right? So it's super difficult to get over those barriers, and I think that's still the thing why it really hasn't taken off yet. And you mentioned AI. There you have a super consumerization of the technology. With ChatGPT, everyone can use it. Blockchain is more focused on the infrastructure, right? Without speaking too long, I think there are some super cool use cases moving into the future. I'm the guy who wipe coded with Fabian in the hackathon and tried a few things. But data privacy, the collaboration barriers with too many players, all those things have been a hurdle in the past couple of years with my
So let's dive into some use cases. Do you have some at Johnson & Johnson Medical already?
The one, for example, was that real-world data collection example, right? Which we then paused because it was a couple of years ago, as I said. And the technology that was existing was not enterprise-ready yet, right? So it was just not sustainable for us as an organization.
Okay, and then now you have regulators, you've already talked about that, and you have the US Drug Supply Chain Security Act that requires an electronic system to trace prescriptive drugs at the package level. So could blockchain be it could be one way to do that, but there must be other ways, because it's still not being used at a larger scale. So which are the ways that are maybe easier then?
Look, I think it depends on how the regulators are moving as well, right? Because you can also not create a system in healthcare that is completely standalone and bypassing all the other systems that you already have in healthcare, right? It needs to go hand in hand. If you now look at the European Health Data Space Act, right, that's potentially something where the regulators could move into the direction of blockchain, right? Because then you have those tamper-proof log audits and all that kind of stuff. But it needs to go hand in hand. So,
So as long as your technology openly moving?
So if you look at blockchain, yes, there are several use cases, but it's not always about the technology only, right? So you look at the use case first, you look at the value proposition, what kind of problems is it going to solve for the parties? Will it be an only blockchain thing? Most likely not, but could blockchain be part of it? Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Hans, in your LinkedIn profile, you write, "My unique ability lies in transforming strategies into actionable, impactful results." And where are those impactful results as far as blockchain in the banking industry is concerned?
We have to discern there are several areas of banking. So right now I'm working for a regional cooperative bank, and looking at our IT provider, they basically, I just looked it up these days, they basically mention blockchain as one of the challenges besides platform business, etc. Something you need to look at in the future.
Maybe for the audience to make understandable, cooperative banks, it's a very German thing, that are very small cooperatives that can be lender-wide. We have 16 lender, and they serve small and medium-sized enterprises as well as individual clients.
And
you say they just mention blockchain among many
blockchain.
other.
We're not talking about cryptocurrencies, that's a different topic, but really, you have to look at it. There is no need. Why is there no need? Because you have trust already in the system. The banks have been around for a very long time. It is highly regulated and supervised. And you have also the German thing, or at the European level, the Einlagensicherungsfonds. So even if a bank goes bust, mostly for retail at least, your money is safe. So you have a system with high trust and high monitoring and checks and balances all over the place. And that's what blockchain is there for, to instill trust. So I was very fortunate in the other sector, when you go into the private banking sector, and you have more things like trade finance. That's a thing where blockchain is really a good use case, because you have business with companies that you don't know. So how can I be sure that my wares really come where they're supposed to go? How am I really sure that they get paid and everything? And their smart contracts based on blockchain are really helpful. And I was very fortunate, like 10 years ago, there was this pressure, we have to do something with blockchain. Don't you remember that? We have to do something with AI. We have to do something with big data. We have to do something with IoT. Always this first wave where you want to jump onto the wave. I was working for UniCredit Germany, and the platform WeTrade was built, where smart contracts were implemented for trade finance, but otherwise not. I don't see many use cases.
But why did Hamburger Volksbank get you, after all people? I mean, a blockchain expert and a techie also. So what can you do within that ecosystem now?
Well, not only blockchain expert. Actually, there is a startup that the Volksbank financed, but it's just seed financing. And I'm in the board of that too.
It's Reef Data, right?
Reef Data. The basic idea behind it is data sovereignty. So I will simplify it. The team will kill me for it. Give us the data that Amazon, Google, and co have anyway. Give it to us. We'll resell it for purposes that you allow us, and the money that is paid will get back to you. One use case, yeah? But very simplified.
Sounds wonderful.
Why should you trust us?
Because you're a German regulated cooperative bank that is in...
No, it's not the bank doing it. It's a startup. It's completely apart from the bank.
It's not
just
even
get the money
owned?
from
I
the
thought
bank.
you were owned by the bank in parts.
Not really. The cooperative, not. It's a separate cooperative. So you could say, when you're in Germany and you know cooperative banks, you could say, oh, I trust them because they're a cooperative. I know every member has one vote.
They don't have a banking license, I don't.
No, we don't have a banking license, nothing. It's completely apart. No, we want to use blockchain technology to secure the whole data money supply chain. So really concretely, you give us the data, and we're looking at Iagon from Cardano to store the data in the secure places with a key behind it.
And I would get a passport kind of thing then?
You have the key, and you could give the key for a purpose. We would then allow the company to use the data for that purpose, and you could see it in your blockchain that the company has used it for that purpose and only that purpose. So you can be sure the data is only used for what I allowed it to do. So then they pay money. How do I know I get my fair share? Reef could be an answer. We're looking into that right now. Reef is also a Cardano product that allows auditing of money trails, for example. So they pay us data for it, let's say 200 euros for something, and you get like €1.30. Is that my fair share? I can look into the blockchain. I really audit it myself.
Sounds really interesting, but just explain to me what's in for Hamburger Volksbank, because that's your main employer, right? You do this at the side, the self-employed
at the side,
startup?
yeah. But look at it this way: we're a cooperative bank, yeah. On the surface, you think we're handling money. Well, that's not true. That hasn't been true for a long time. Oversimplification too. We're working with data. We're expert at securely working with data, exchanging data. So there, this idea came up with other people in the cooperative area too. Couldn't we do something in the modern world? A data cooperative.
That monetizes the data.
That one use case monetizes the data, but for the members and customers, and not for the big tech companies.
Interesting. It's an interesting model. I think we should look into it more for journalism as well. We need our data monetized better. That is for sure. Pankuri, I want to get you into the debate. You have a broad overview over many sectors, and you look into different new techs also. What do you think the buzz right now is mostly about? Is it like going away from blockchain into AI, or do you think it's equally still evolving?
Well, thanks for having me here. I think to answer this question, it's definitely a convergence of the two right now, or any other technology at this point. I don't think blockchain can exist in silos and AI can exist in silos, because at the fundamental layer, what blockchain essentially does is it records the data in a transparent, secure manner. But then what do you do with that data once you have that data, right? You need data capabilities, you need AI to kind of make sense of that data. So what's happening is that at the layer base, you need blockchain. So even, like when I worked at JP Morgan at Onyx, now Kinesis, we were looking at use cases like cross-border settlements and making financial system transparent and faster. So of course, you're using a blockchain such as Quorum, for example. JP Morgan has its own blockchain Quorum at that point. So we had that. We had JP Coin on top of it to kind of make those transactions faster. So that's the fundamental of blockchain that we have today. I mean, yes, cryptocurrency is the most widely used case, but I think after institutional adoption, we are seeing that there is not just interest from the players, but also from the regulators. And after Mika and Genus, I think it's fair to say that we are reaching that level of maturity in terms of blockchain adoption as well, mainly in the financial sector right now, but it is happening. And in terms of AI, we are looking at AI from the ethical point of view. Yes, you have blockchain at the layer, but then you need AI for compliance, for surveillance. You need to understand, you need to be able to flag any anomaly or any kind of a sanctioned transaction, for example. So you need AI on top of it, even in like the financial sector. And the kind of use cases that we're working on within the UN, it's more about making that base infrastructure more robust. So we're working on standardizations and frameworks so that it becomes easier to adopt both AI and blockchain better. We have standards such as ISO TC 307 that I'm working with the ISO and UN in collaboration. So we make it easier to kind of have different networks come together and interoperate. And, for example, we have ISO 222 also right now for data standards. It's become a mandate in the financial industry. So it's just very important to have these kind of frameworks and interoperability standards.
And maybe help me again to understand how AI and blockchain go together. So blockchain you use, and you have a lot of interactions and transactions, and then you put AI behind it to look into security issues, to look into like anomalies, to flag anomalies in this. Is
I would say AI is more on top of it. Blockchain is at the layer base. So you record the data on the blockchain, but then what do you do with that data? Like you have enormous amounts of big data, and then you need to like make some decisions, like business decisions for efficiency gains, for transparency, as he was mentioning in the trade supply chain as well. Trade finance is a very big use case and a promising use case for the blockchain industry. Of course, we're still at most of the pilot levels, but it's still there. So what happens is once you have the data, you kind of make sense of that data for decision making at the corporate level, for efficiency gains, for transparency gains, to understand, as I said, for compliance issues, for your KYC, AML, and things like that. So that even like when regulators are sort of coming into play to make those decisions to have more blockchain acts such as the Genius Act or the MiCA Act, you can use AI as a tool to kind of make those decisions and to make those regulations. It just makes it easier for that.
Blockchain is another river of data inflow for AI. So it could be your personal customized client data that you have, but it can also be data on the blockchain, and it's one more way to make more.
Absolutely, but because it's cryptographically hashed, it just makes the data more clean. It just makes blockchain makes the data more transparent, cleaner. So it's like you're dealing with good data set, and that's the problem these days that we have. It's like data in, data out, right? Whatever data we feed into the system is the decisions we are making, and that's the result. That's why we see so many biases in GPT models and things like that. But with blockchain, you kind of make that layer a little more transparent and corrupt-free in some sense. That's why it's important to kind of have the data on the blockchain.
Maybe we'll get to the point where it's a stamp of security, of Gütesiegel, as we say in German. I don't know the English word for it. That it's AI based on blockchain. So we have the clear and pure data backing it up. Maybe one question as to the sectors that you see that will advance the fastest on that path. Who is at the forefront for now, and which sectors do you see coming up next?
I definitely think it's going to be where the money is inflowing, right? And that's the financial sector right now, fortunately or unfortunately. And also because they have the resources, the big banks have the resources to experiment with the technology and to adapt the technology. So it is the financial sector, even though it kind of defies the purpose of whole decentralization of the technology. But I think that's where the innovation and the resources are right now. And that's also where the proven use cases are at this point. Financial industry, like the DBs, the JP Morgan, for example, they are heavily experimenting with that because there's a lot of transaction involved, cross-border transactions are involved, a lot of money is involved there. So that's where I see it progressing the fastest, supported by regulations as well, because when the big money is involved, the regulators come into play. They want to make sure that the money either does not go out of the country or it's at least controlled in some form. And since the regulators are keeping an eye on it, whether it's CBDCs, stablecoins, for example, it is definitely the financial sector, whether we like it or not at this point.
Okay, well, thank you. So, Dan, you are involved in the cybersecurity aspects of also blockchain, because you have now partnered with Cardano. And when I read about the partnership, I was asking myself, why that? I mean, isn't Cardano itself as a blockchain already designed in a secure way? And why would you partner with a security company? I mean, I didn't really get it. Maybe you can help.
Okay. I'll try to explain. So, hi everyone. Thanks for having me. I lead the blockchain team in Checkpoint. For those who don't know Checkpoint, Checkpoint is a major cybersecurity vendor traded on NASDAQ. We secure most of the Fortune 500s, a lot of major financial institutions, most of the big global banks. Building on Pankuri's comments before, I do believe in what we see is that financial institutions are now adopting blockchain and actually using it. And when these financial institutions are trying to interact with public blockchains, such as Cardano, they need a certain level of assurance in terms of cybersecurity. So we're building a blockchain firewall, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it easier and more secure for financial institutions, large corporates, enterprise, to interact with public blockchains such as Cardano. And
so that the data is not like the client data is secure. That's what you secure mostly, the client data?
It's not mostly about client data, it's mostly about assets. So really, usually when you say about a blockchain, about a layer 1 that it's secure, you mean that the protocol will be doing what it's supposed to do. It wouldn't break. And that's something blockchains has been fairly good with, generally speaking. And Cardano has been exceptional in terms of its security. But really on top of it, there's an application layer, attacks, an application layer security, meaning there's a lot of attacks actually on blockchains happening on the blockchain against a specific wallet or a smart contract. Now, if a bank wants to put $1 billion in assets, like they do, they're already doing, they need to secure these assets. So even if Cardano doesn't break, somebody could steal the funds. So they have to secure the funds, and that's really what we're doing. We're allowing financial institutions, enterprises to have their assets secured while interacting with the blockchain.
So it's an extra layer of security that a personal user, a private user wouldn't have. So if I put my whatever account
we would like to provide that security also for regular users. Specifically in Cardano, we're already having real-time monitoring of every transaction going through the blockchain. And when we find a malicious transaction, we flag it. And this is actually right now in public good on Cardano. So anybody who's interested, who has significant funds, could contact us, and we are opening tenets for him, and he can see a view of his assets in real time. If anything goes wrong, he'll get an alert. And the next stage would be to do prevention.
All right. So moving away maybe from Cardano and looking at all blockchains there are, how does a company that wants to use blockchain, or even a private user, understand what is good and what is bad? So what is there to look out for? Maybe that's a question for you. Is it that it's like fast, maybe, and you don't have like, if many people use it at the same time, you don't have lags in there? Is it, well, security, of course? What other factors would you ask people to look out for?
I think from an engineering perspective, you want to see that there's a fit between the infra, the technology that you want to use, and your use case. So it used to be that everybody spoke about TPS, the block size, but I think right now this is becoming less significant because of the speeds and the capacities of the L1s, which are amazing. And right now, it's more about integrations, middleware, TVL, the capacity and the environment to do business in and with. And security is a big part of it. So there are certain blockchains where you won't be able to get a certain type of security in place, and there are others where you could have top-notch security that goes across the board, not only with real-time security like we're doing, but also with custodians, with auditors. And you want to have all of these things in place to attract enterprise financial institutions to do business in, say, Cardano and not other networks.
Okay, maybe I open up there. Are there other aspects for the three of you that make a blockchain a good one to use, or easy to use? Other, of course, than security, which I understand is priority number one. Go ahead, whoever.
Okay, then I'll go next. Look, I think whoever the user is of the technology that you're providing or the solution, for them it doesn't matter if it's blockchain or not, right? But if I look at the healthcare space, so for example, lately, me personally, I invested into a startup that is in the AI gut microbiome sequencing solution, right? So what they do is they take your stool sample, transfer it to a lab, then the lab synthesizes it, sequences it, and then that lab provides raw data to an AI algorithm, right? So in between, you have multiple steps on how the data flows. Could, for example, I just got to know yesterday that solution, I think, Verify from Cardano, where you can actually lock certain data points. Could that be a super technology that you can use, or a solution in that entire data process flow to make sure that the raw data that came out of the lab that goes into the AI algorithm has never been edited, changed, whatever, and is authentic? Perfect. Would the patient mind that it is running on blockchain? Most likely not. Would I, as a company providing that service, care? Yes, because I make it more secure, and then I put a cybersecurity level on top of it. So I think, again, it depends on that flow of data, etc., that you do have, but there are multiple use cases in healthcare where you could use it.
And is reliability of the system, is that a question at all? I mean, are there systems that are more or less reliable for you to use?
Yes, from our viewpoint, reliability is the leading factor. The speed is not the highest thing. We really want a service to run and to run without interruption. One of the strong points of Cardano now. So that is the main focus for us from the Reef data side. And talking about the general finance area, yes, there too. It is very important. If you see how the classical systems work with all the backups and all the security behind it, reliability is on the forefront. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, regarding use cases, I would like to add, we've mentioned it several times, we don't want to implement blockchain. Blockchain is something that you use when you have certain problems. And I think for me, the main factor to use blockchain would be whenever I know I need to build trust that is not there yet. Then there is something like, okay, if I hear that word, then I look at blockchain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think along with reliability, it's the integration with the existing systems that's very important. Because yes, like of course, reliability is important, but like how feasible it is to kind of change your existing systems to integrate blockchain or any other technology, like how convenient it is. If it's like you have to revamp the entire system and nobody knows what's happening within the organization, it just becomes very difficult to adopt any technology. So hence the reliability goes, down the drain. So I think along with that, if you're able to kind of build on top of the legacy systems or integrate in some way, I think it just becomes easier to adopt the technology. And in terms of use cases, I think what we're also seeing a lot is in the decarbonization aspect of things as well. There's a lot of like ESG interest from the governments and becoming a mandate from the governments. So I think that's one of the use cases, even like when I'm working with the UN use cases, we see that there are more questions around, can we use blockchain for the ESG perspective to meet like the SDG goals, for example, how we can use that technology in combination with AI, for example. So I think that's also becoming a very big use case, and I believe it's going to be even bigger and bigger in times to come as everyone becomes more conscious in terms of, especially the customers become more conscious in terms of their own consumption and decision making. So it's going to be driven from the customer perspective, I feel, and that's where this use case is going to go up and up even more.
And what about the energy efficiency of the blockchain itself? Is that a criterion by which to pick? Are there blockchains and providers that work more or less energy efficient? And if so, why, if anybody can tell the technology behind that? Because are they not as long and then more efficient? And is that a criterion at all, energy efficiency?
I think it definitely is a criteria. That's why even Ethereum kind of moved from different consensus mechanisms. And especially from the ESG perspective, it's going to become even more important because when you are trying to prove your carbon credits or claim your carbon credits, you have to talk about your network, you have to talk about which blockchain you're using, how energy efficient it is, how much consumption it is taking up to kind of validate those transactions, for example. So it is going to be important. Maybe you can add more on that perspective from the security point of view as well.
Then, about the energy efficiency of a blockchain, why do they differ at all? I'm not an expert.
The fundamental security mechanisms are different in terms of validating the blocks.
So less secure is more energy efficient?
It's not less, it's different systems. Cardano has been a very bold pioneer of what's called the proof of stake, which is a very unique way to verify the blocks. In contrast with a system called proof of work, which has been the standard and is still the standard on Bitcoin. So Cardano is at the forefront of that as well. We are spending some little extra energy on validating the transactions from the security side.
Okay. But I still don't get, why are there blockchains that are less or more efficient? What makes it?
What makes it less or more efficient?
Yes.
I think fundamentally the cryptography, the way you validate the transaction is the most significant part.
Okay.
In Bitcoin, you need a type of scarcity to participate in the consensus. So in Bitcoin, this scarcity comes from the energy. You invest energy, and then you get a chance to write the next block with certain chance. But in proof of stake, it's different. You don't invest energy. You either put usually you put a financial stake in place, and then there's like a lottery, which is much more efficient in terms of energy consumption.
Okay, and that's maybe the new thing. Is that
That
where
was
other chains are
a new
evolving
thing
too?
that I think a lot of chains were really afraid to implement, and Cardano was a big pioneer in that aspect as well.
And maybe let's explore on the regulatory aspects a little bit. I mean, how does regulation play in that? And what do you think are the risks and the chances of the latest regulation that we see from the US? I think Pankuri has already, touched upon the latest regulation. Is there a risk to it as well?
I think more than the risk, it's the complication of the Genius Act. Like, even though it makes it easier to kind of now, operate in terms of using blockchain for financial transactions, but it's also more at the state level, and it's ultimately the state which decides what they want to do, how they want to kind of adhere to the compliances. Unlike the MiCA Act, which is like all the 27 countries within the EU kind of follow a similar mandate. So it becomes companies operating within the EU to make decisions faster. But with the Genius Act, I think it complicates it a little further because, states can take their independent decisions. So there can be like favoritism in terms of jurisdiction where the companies want to operate or put their head offices and things like that. So I just feel like there's a lot of work that needs to be done with the Genius Act for it to, make it easier for businesses to operate within the US as opposed to EU. And then once you get out of the US and you kind of transact with companies within the EU or Asia, how does that interplay work? That's very important, in my opinion, because majority of the crypto transactions are emerging from emerging markets and not, the developed world. Like most of the users right now or investors right now are from the emerging markets. So, where is the level of compliance and how do you kind of make sure that those transactions are, like you're able to flag them or you're able to kind of adhere to those rules. So I think a lot needs to be simplified, in my opinion, at this point in time.
Let me ask the banker on that, because what I understood is that with the Genius Act, there is a compliance suggested that might not be kept. So I've heard economists say that there might be the markets testing currencies, like stablecoins, for example, that are not being backed up as much as they should. And that might lead to a financial crisis with the state having to bail out the private industry again with taxpayers' money. Do you see that risk? And I see Pankura is nodding, so at least I got that right and I stood that right.
Absolutely, because most of these stable coins are right now backed by treasury bills, short-term treasury bills, which is, it's like essentially giving loans to the government, to the US government. And if one of the stable coins depegs for some reason, then it's like a whole financial contagion that we can see over there because of that. Because most of the backing right now is by the short-term loans for the government, right? So I definitely see a big financial threat in terms of that.
Sounds like the Genius Act isn't that genius after all.
Let's say it that way. The cooperative banks have introduced a possibility for trading cryptocurrencies, but each cooperative bank itself can decide if it wants to offer it to its customers or not. So the latest number I've seen is like 17% of the German cooperative banks have offered it. The
17?
Okay, the
nice.
other 83 not.
And which ones were the ones? 17% might be one big bank.
No, we're actually 624 right now, so...
yeah, but I
can't
thought
name
the
them.
weight of maybe if Deutsche Bank was among...
no, I mean of the cooperative banks. Just the
17
regional
of the number
cooperative
of banks,
yeah,
not
yeah.
of the business
the number.
there is.
Yeah.
I see.
So you see, not everybody has decided to offer that possibility to its own customers. And I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, that's Germany, and let's see what the US do, because their
We can't.
customers are much more experimental, and banks might be as well.
You have to know it's a speculation.
Yeah, and I don't know if financial advisors will really advise on that as well, but that'll be interesting to see. Maybe in the last round, looking at the time, I would like your advice for the audience. I mean, if people are listening now and thinking, and people of companies are thinking about how and where could we start? We want to get into this blockchain thing. We want to help our customers make the best of it. Where do we start? And whoever wants to start with their thoughts.
Basically, I can only repeat myself. You don't look into, I want to use blockchain. You have a problem. And if you come around to that you need traceability, that you need to build trust, words like this, then you look into blockchain technology. Just like nowadays, you don't just say, I want to use AI. You need the use cases for it. First comes the use case, and then you see that you have the right tool.
Well, thank you. Other thoughts on where to start?
No, I absolutely agree with Hans, right? And listening to the conversation about the Genius Act, I'm happy I'm in healthcare the first time in my life. It's, look, where to start? If you look at it from a tech perspective, a blockchain perspective, I think, so the beauty of my role is I get to see many different technologies, whether it's 3D bioprinting and then all the way to blockchain. And you see some new concepts popping up on those permission blockchains, which again, if you look at the concepts, then are for manufacturers, hospitals, so all the large players in that ecosystem, in order to validate the data, proof of authenticity, simplify clinical trials even. So very good concepts, but then if you look at it in detail, the patient usually is not described in it. And if you look at the healthcare system that is existing today, it's all those different entities circling next to the patient, but the patient, similar like I think this approach with Reef, what does the patient get out of it? The patient's data is almost everywhere. It's in hospitals, it's in your wearables, it's in the cloud with Apple, everywhere, right? So if I would have a suggestion where to start, yes, start with a use case, but there's another trend in healthcare, which are those patient-owned data economies, right, where you could start arguing, if you find an incentive, very simply put, imagine that your health data can work for you, right, in a trusted environment, super simple, and you actually get money for it, right? And maybe we should speak afterwards, because there was a similar concept that I saw, but for decentralized healthcare marketplaces. And you as a patient, you get the possibility to upload your biomarkers, your genetics data, your wearable data that you request from Apple and the other ones. And then you're actually getting rewarded for it, because your data sets are super high value in money, right? And by that, you're driving a completely different adoption, because finally the person that usually gives out the data for free whenever you do a clinical checkup is finally getting something for it, right? So you're changing a little bit that ecosystem. So if I would have a suggestion where to start, yes, start with a use case, but look at where is the largest population size actually, because it is not only the hospitals, the doctors, etc. At the end, it's us, the patients, and try to find a value there, and then try to solve it.
Sounds like a wonderful idea for a new enterprise.
Just a quick supporting fact.
Yeah.
We've thought about this. There is an American health insurance with several million people. Yeah. They sell their clients' data and earn on it.
Themselves, not for the clients?
Not for the client, themselves. It's a revenue stream.
Yeah. Oh, and that has been made public, and the clients are fine with it? Or they say they anonymize the data?
We're not in Europe.
Interesting. And I think it would be a win-win for patients, because on the one hand side, they will make a little bit of money out of their data, and eventually they'll get a better treatment as well, because on whatever illness they have, there's more data being combined and more help can be given, maybe.
One thing we're actually thinking about in Reef Data is that you not only have the option to monetize your data, but you can also give it for purposes.
Yes.
And one thing would be medical purposes. As you just pointed out, the data that you, today, not the Apple Watch, the data that you amass in fitness, etc., you could give it for purposes. If you remember back when, at least in Germany, for the Germans, when Corona started, the RKI had one app before the Corona app, and that was just an app that had the heart rate. Because when you have an infection, heart rate goes up. If you remember that, that was sort of the first big, at least in Germany, that I know of, data donation for medical purposes. And we are thinking along those lines.
Wonderful. So happy to see what is next to come. Dan, maybe your take on
Sure.
Where to start?
I'll say it doesn't matter where you start. The important thing is that you start. It's a revolution, and you kind of have to touch it in order to understand. When I need to compare it to something else, so people get the idea, I'm saying it's like connecting to the internet for the first time. There's a big opportunity. You have to do it. You have to do it. Then you understand the impact it could have, and you see it's big. It's already making a big impact. This year, stablecoin usage surpassed Visa and MasterCard. In the economy, there's a big war of different currencies. The USD is now trying to get a hold of the digital space with the stablecoins. It's a major, major advancement. So just get your hands dirty, get on it, to understand the different applications that it could be relevant for you.
Yeah, but that's wonderful. We're preaching to the believers here, because the ones that are in this room are already, and also online, are already the ones that get their hands on things. Pankuri, do you have a last suggestion, maybe, how to get started?
Yeah, I think you have to think from the user perspective, because blockchain itself is such a complicated word for people. Like they just run away when you say blockchain. They say, I don't even know B of blockchain, don't talk to me about it. So I think you have to think from the user experience perspective. How easy are you making their lives, for them to kind of adapt your platform or to use your platform? If it's helping you do that, if it's helping you, achieve user adoptability, then I think go for it, but also think about your ROI. Don't just dive into it because everyone is using it, it's the buzzword. I think from your ROI perspective, what is the return that you're gonna get, let's say in the next 1 year to 2 years, have your milestones set, and start from a small pilot is what I would say. Give yourself 6 months, see what you're able to achieve, measure it against your KPIs, but have your targets ready. Don't just keep putting all your resources into it, because the technology is also evolving at this point in time, and you need to kind of plug and play and do your pilots before you fully dive into it. See if you're getting any results out of it at the end of the day also or not. And if not, just probably, try to integrate it with other technologies. Don't just stick to blockchain. Think what could be the better technology to achieve what you're trying to achieve. So in a nutshell, don't just think of blockchain as the solution. As he was rightly saying that it's just a tool to kind of help you get better decision making, but don't just use it because everyone is using it for sure. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for all of you for your input. I think we have a lot of food for thought now, and a lot of diving into it and trying, and just get the use cases ready. Don't invest all of it, put all eggs in one basket. I hear that. But I see one really good use case in the health industry that we might all be waiting for. So thanks for participating, and thank you for the panel.
Thanks for having us.
Taking it minute by minute, becoming the hero I came to become. Knowing I do what I do, and I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can't never fool me, I got all it takes. I'm gonna stick to my guns. Never be losing my cool, I'ma stay where I am when the rest of them run.
Al. In terms of what happens next, we have a short break. I think we've all earned that. So coffee and snacks will be taking place outside in the networking space. We will reconvene in this main room at 1:35 sharp for our next panel session that's going to be looking at the evolving regulatory space. So that starts at 1:35. And do check your apps. There's plenty more stuff taking place over the course of the next couple of days and today, in fact, up in those masterclass rooms. So do check what session suits you best. We will see you back here at 1:35, folks. Thanks so much. Hello, welcome back everybody. I hope we're all feeling suitably refreshed, suitably caffeinated at this point. Good to have you all back in here. So our next session is going to be looking at regulation. We've looked at some overarching trends. We've looked at some of the use cases. Now let's focus in on changes in the regulatory environment and what that means for us all here. It's a complex space. We know that. It is ever changing. Sometimes those regulations overlap. Sometimes they conflict. So what does that mean for us here in the room? That is what we're going to be exploring next. And to do so, I'd like you all to welcome our next guests. We have Bernhard Kronfellner from Blockchain and Frontier Tech at Boston Consulting Group, Joachim Schwerin, Chief Economist at the European Commission. We have Caroline Malcolm, an independent advisor for on global regulation at the European University Institute, Patrick Barrett, a founding and managing partner at Members Cap, and our moderator for this session, the wonderful Nicholas Jacquemart, Chief Legal Officer at Cardano. So, big round of applause for our panel. Many thanks.
Excellent. Welcome, everyone. And thank you for joining us for a bit more of a technical discussion on tech regulation and associated topics. We have a stellar panel today, so I'm going to mostly leave the talking to them, because that's what you all really want to hear. And from our side, I think I'll try to cover sort of maybe the Web3 angle in places, but aside from that, we're really kind of kicking things off pretty straight off the bat. I want to ask you all, first and foremost, to quickly introduce not yourself, because we already covered that. Thank you to the intro. But actually talk about sort of your interest in this topic and sort of from what angle you're approaching it, just so everyone kind of knows roughly where your viewpoint starts. Caroline, can you kick us off?
So Caroline Malcolm, it's a pleasure to be here. So my background, I actually got into the crypto decentralized space as a tax lawyer, and started looking at about 10 years ago the issue of tax treatment of crypto and different types of tokens. And from there, I went on to set up the Blockchain Policy Center at the OECD, working on policy issues really across the sector. So I got to know Nicholas and the Cardano family, and then went on to work more on the data analytics side with Chainalysis, as I'm sure you know the name from the sector, really working a lot with governments as they came to understand sort of how they wanted to think about sort of regulation in this space, and help them think through how this technology was very different from other technologies. For the last about year and a half, I've been focusing a lot more on AI and also the convergence between AI and the digital asset space, so looking forward to talking a little bit about that today as well.
Excellent, thank you. Patrick?
Yeah, sure. Could I just start and ask everybody in the front to take one step back, because the people are sort of getting crushed up here. A regulatory panel during lunchtime. No, so my interest is, I like to think of it at least as purely practical. So we are an asset manager focused in the reinsurance space, and we are in the milieu of changing regulation, changing attitudes. Education about these things across the spectrum of users of blockchain, people that are new to it, people that fear it and loathe it, and really we're trying to reach audiences within that spectrum. So the way that we approach it is, we are running a business ultimately, and we need to operate within that. And certainly when we entered the business, we knew it would be a very high regulatory environment from a number of perspectives. So we embrace it. We watch it very carefully. I think a lot of what is happening is very helpful for us in broadening the understanding of the underlying technology and how it fits in and how it will ultimately impact consumers. And so, we're in it, and we pay very, very close attention to it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Joachim.
Hi, welcome everyone from my side. I'm seeing with great delight that my name changes over time here. Now the name is correct. I must unfortunately say that I'm not chief economist, but principal economist. Doesn't matter because no one understands the difference. So very happy to be here and speaking on my own behalf. Blockchain is more than a technology. Blockchain is, in my opinion, the way to get humanity back to normality, which is self-organization, which is governance according to agreed value systems, which you do locally or regionally, and blockchain enables us to scale. We have a very positive approach towards blockchain as the Commission. 10 years ago, we declared that it is a key breakthrough technology for every policy field, not only finance, but also real economy, IP, energy, you name it, that we have. And since then, we have built a lot on that. I proposed it at that time. I'm very happy to see that we have some progress, but as said, it is much more than just a technocratic approach, because it is something that is really a global movement where finally everyone can start using technology according to their own value principles and connect. And therefore, I'm very happy to be here at the Cardano conference.
Thank you, Joachim. Bernard, please.
Yeah. So hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So we at the Boston Consulting Group, we are helping not only regulators to set up new regulations, but especially also the other part of the title, the decision makers, to go into the space to understand the use cases, the business models. And as a funny fact from my side, also more in terms of personal introduction, I'm in the space now already for, I would say, 7 years or so. At the beginning, I was wearing my hoodies, and now since the last 1 or 2 years, I had to take out my suits again. Tough times for me. I'm still against wearing leather shoes and ties, but maybe next year, let's see. Because at the moment, we are mostly helping banks again to jump into the topics and traditional players, which is an interesting time, I would say.
Excellent. You know you're free to wear a hoodie at the Cardano Summit, right?
That's great to hear.
Not an issue, even if it's on the panel.
As long as it has the Cardano logo on it. Good.
So for Cardano itself, for CF, right? I mean, obviously, I guess our interest is pretty clear. We're trying to make Cardano a technology that people can use. We're trying to lower the cost of ownership, the cost of running it, the cost of adopting it. And that is a journey that takes us through many, many domains, from public policy to nitty-gritty regulation around capital requirements under the Basel regime. So the field is effectively endless, and you could hire 50 people to do this, which is why we are 2 doing it at CF. Good. So let's jump into sort of the topic at hand, right? I think it's clear to everyone probably that follows any news that the world is changing in many ways and has probably changed more in the last 12 months than it arguably did for the last 60, at least when it comes to sort of an international context. And Joachim, I wanted to start with you, given your role, and ask you, particularly given what I think some would consider the breakdown, or at least the loosening of the global rule-bound order, right, and the sort of the rule of law at an international level, whether you think that the European Union in particular, who's always been one of the main advocates globally for that order, needs to think differently about, particularly in the tech space, right, sort of its own tech regulation and how to approach it, and whether we should be looking maybe more at ourselves first and everyone else second, which seems to be the trend in 2025, or whether we should double down on the opposite. And remember, you said this would be surprising. So
yeah. I approach this more from what I am by profession as an economic historian, and I must say that change is normality. So we have been losing a little bit a feeling of what is actually normality and what is not, and what we had over the last decades is an historical aberration. We had it over the last 500 years that every 100 years or so the world lead currency is changing. We see that right now. We have, when you look into human history, the situation that basically until about 5,000 years ago, when the Egyptians came, all cities were decentralized. You don't find centralized structures. It was the Egyptians who started that. And then 500 years ago, all the intermediaries crept in. Now we get back to normality, and the world order is part of that. And again, that is what I'm saying here, my own opinion. At the end of the day, the world order is written by the winners, in that case, of the Second World War. This is not something that I accept as a German. It's also not something that I see as normal from the European Union side. And it means that the rules that we have are basically for those in power. Now, I would say that blockchain is exactly the opposite. It is a technology that empowers those that don't have that power yet, but want to contribute. So we are moving into a multipolar world. We are seeing that traditional systems are being challenged. I don't see at all what the problem is in this, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of slack, we have a lot of inefficiencies in existing payment systems, in other areas. We heard this morning when it comes to tracking and tracing, for example, industrial value chains, when we look at identity management, where basically the state needs to onboard and like you, otherwise you have limited, let's say, possibilities that you have. And so the big question is, in a way, given this fractionalization, as you say, is it a problem or is it an opportunity? I see it as an opportunity because Europe is the continent of decentralization. We have always been decentralized. We have always driven our law development, not only since the Greek, the Romans, the Hanse, through basically cooperation between cities or between regions that drive that forward, also trade. And we see now the opportunity also for new coalitions to form. I think if you want to have an impact in terms of sorts of harmonization, if you look in that regard, and further new existing rules, you need to lead by a positive example. It doesn't suffice to say, and I completely agree to that we need to be resilient and sovereign as Europe. Yes, we need to be that. We cannot allow to have our data somewhere in the cloud regulated by others. The same with any tech stack. That is the most stupid thing that we can do. And this awareness is rising very much now, also in Brussels. But the answer cannot stop there. The answer must go further of what are we doing. And the reply is not to replace the American or the Chinese flag by the EU flag and then say everything is in order, because it's the same top-down system that basically didn't work before. But we must put something on the table that can be discussed. And I stop there with MiCA, because MiCA is precisely this. MiCA has never had the intention to completely regulate the crypto space. We try to regulate a tiny part of the crypto space with MiCA. We're not saying it is perfect. It has tons of things, but it holds a number of surprises. It is basically an invitation to discuss if these provisions are good, if these provisions are not good. Feedback that I'm getting is that for the first part, utility tokens, it's amazingly interesting. When it comes to e-money, it serves relatively well its purpose because we had existing regulation. If we look at tokenizing commodities or real economy stuff, it doesn't work at all. So this is a typical result when you put something on the table, and this is just the period in history where we are in. We are in a transition from old to new. I can only embrace that. It's absolutely fantastic, and everyone should do that, and then we see what works and what doesn't.
That's a perfect segue, Bernhard, to the practicalities of not just MiCA, which I guess you also have a lot of experience with these days, but just generally, right, sort of the emerging tech regulation around digital assets, crypto, and e-money, which I think is sort of in terms of the stablecoin adoption that's happening, does feel a bit, especially with the changes in the US, like sort of the new frontier in 2025 in some ways. It's an old frontier in product terms, right? But I think sort of from a regulatory perspective, with the things that are changing in the US, it does feel like a bit of a new frontier as well. So I would love to ask you to sort of speak to the experience of, what is the things that your clients ask you in 2025, right? Has it changed from 2024, or is it different? And in terms of sort of Europe and our, I guess, position in this market, are people positive, negative? How do they see that?
So before I start, I just have to say it was great listening to you, because we really live in a certain period of time where things are changing, especially in the traditional finance way, cutting out the middleman, where this is heading. It's amazing times. I mean, I'm a banker myself by training, so it's amazing to see this. Coming now back to your particular question, what do I see with my clients, banks, TradFi clients in particular? And how the question changed. I would answer the question looking back, let's say for the last couple of years, 1 or 2 years, then what is happening now, and then how I would see the near future in this regard. As you said, let's focus for the beginning on stablecoins and on some other crypto topics. So 2-3 years ago, clients, banks in particular, were asking us, yes, nice idea, and I see the efficiency gains, but there is no demand yet. So it's actually a chicken and egg problem that we had in the past. Banks were telling us, yes, let's do it, but let's wait for the others to build it as well. And then, yes, they saw some big names like the JP Morgans of this world were jumping on the topic, but still, is there client demand there or not? Yeah, so chicken and egg, typical chicken and egg problem. So now, since half a year, it changed. There was more and more people jumped on the topic. Everyone got the fear of missing out when it came to the banks. When you go at the big banking conference from Cybos Money 2020, it's 2/3 of the discussions are about stablecoins. So everyone got this trend. And what are the challenges for banks now is still to look at business cases, calculate business cases, and then on the option space, how to enter the new crypto world for them is how to do it. I mean, from white label solutions to join some crypto networks like CPN or others, or use an existing stablecoin, to issuing themselves or join a consortium. So there are many ways, and there is no right or wrong, and it really depends on the banks, on the particular TradFi players, what might be the right answer for them. So this is what's happening now. Then let's go to the future. I would say that in 1.5 years, we'll have, well, 1 year maybe, we'll have many new stable coins. Then is, of course, will be the question of operability. And then what I would also see is that those banks might take a little bit longer than the big techs of this world or some smaller players. Smaller players will integrate early, but they won't get the high adoption. And the big techs, like Meta, Amazon, they will be probably the first stable coins, and they might win a lot of ground in this field. And banks will be very, surprised that, yes, they were building on the stable coins, so they can justify against the shareholders, we are building already, but maybe they come a little bit later. Yeah, so speed matters now in order not to lose against the big techs.
Yeah, so going back to Libra, basically, is what we're doing in some ways. Anyway, but I think that takes us perfectly, actually, Patrick, to sort of your line of work, right? Obviously, your interest is maybe not also in stablecoins, but primarily in sort of the space of tokenizing reinsurance, which is close to my heart because it was one of the first things I worked on as a young lawyer was reinsurance, and nobody understood what the hell I was doing. So, and I still think they don't. So I guess that hasn't changed. So yeah, I would love you to ask you sort of to speak to your experience again practically, right? I think in terms of getting members cap up and running and the conversations you're now having, and maybe also to pick up on a theme from Bernhard. How has it changed? Because I know that your conversation started last year. Has it changed in 2025? Have you seen sort of a paradigm shift, or is it still similar to before?
Yeah, I think there's been enormous changes, certainly, feeling like it's accelerating in the last 12 months, but looking back 24, 36 months, very, very different environment as for obvious reasons. Like I said, we're in the depths of regulation everywhere we look in our business, whether that's on the reinsurance side or asset management, securities laws, regulation of crypto assets. For us, so much of where we fit into that, the entire value chain is ultimately our investors being comfortable with the technology. And so the environment that is, what has changed in the last 12 months and where the environment is right now, and it's, I think there's perhaps some cracks in the foundation or some nervousness that it could go one way or another, is enormously helpful to tell our story, to get people to take a serious look at the technology, to want to hold their assets in a tokenized format. And I think, obviously, the regulatory environment, meaning how the US regulators are, their posture towards this innovation, and then actual regulation on the ground. And clearly it's, not everything is even remotely regulated at this point. There's a very, very long way to go, and there'll be ups and downs, as we know. But the fact that the environment's changed so much, and you're seeing, in particular, these big banks now, I would say openly, promoting and being boosters for the technology and demonstrating ways in which it's been, economically efficient for them or profitable. that cover that I think that's given to a lot of players in the space is I know this is probably in some ways a heresy, but it's actually quite valuable because there's still a huge element of human trust with investors who are looking at financial products, and in many ways a lot of it is name recognition and understanding that it's not just this corner of crypto doing wild and crazy things. It's big institutions who are seeing real value and who ultimately over time will adopt this, and I think it will be sooner rather than later, all across their back office and in their infrastructure. But I think that's enormously important for trust. I say investors because that's what we focus on most, but also for our reinsurance partners, right? We're facing into an industry that's very conservative, highly regulated, has done things the way they've done them for very long periods of time, hundreds of years. And there's a huge interest in it because it makes a lot of sense for them. But they also want comfort. They don't necessarily want to move very, very fast. They move faster than you think, but they don't want to necessarily openly admit that. So you're educating them, you're bringing them along, and as they see, the environment changing, it just makes it so much easier to be a business in the space. And you can really cross over to the traditional world and the Web3 world, and I really do think that convergence is going to be sooner rather than later.
Fascinating, and I think reinsurance is they operate on a cycle, on a 20-year cycle, right? Not on a 6-month cycle, which makes it a very different business. So the fact that you're bridging that is fascinating to me. So circling back to sort of the public policy side, Caroline, with your background, particularly with the OECD and sort of the international cooperation side, right? Sort of tying back to what Joachim was also talking about. How do you see, the topic of sort of international cooperation at the standard setting level, right? I mean, this is a joint topic that Caroline and I like nerding out over that most people sort of, don't understand so much, but maybe for context, standard setters in the financial market in particular are, historically at least, immensely important, right? They basically create many of these rules, even if indirectly, not directly, that make Patrick's business, make Bernhard's business, both possible or impossible, depending on sort of how the rules look. Now, again, given the changes internationally, I was really curious to pick your brain about sort of how you see that developing in future, right? Will we have a European standard set, a American standard set, and maybe an Asian standard set, or even potentially more than that? And if so, how sort of is that going to play out?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and very timely. I've just been writing a chapter of a book on international cooperation in digital finance. And I think and I'm going to take one very concrete example of exactly how the current kind of space is playing out. And it's one of the first topics I actually talked with Nicholas about, which is the standards around capital requirements for banks. And about 5 years ago, the BCBS, which is the international standard setting body for those requirements, put out a standard which put very onerous requirements on banks when they were looking to hold anything held on a digital DLT, distributed ledger, on their own account. So not their customers' assets, but wanting to hold it on their own account. And a very heavy, what they called sort of loading, so you actually had to hold a lot more capital than you would have for an equivalent traditional asset. And what's been really interesting about that, so it's sort of slated to be, and still is in fact slated to be introduced, I think, in January 2026. But we've already had the US pull out of that standard, and it was one of the countries that was really pushed for its adoption under the last administration, but is something that the new administration has said that they won't be implementing. You've had Singapore indicate that they also will not be meeting the original timeline, with no indication of when they will be meeting the timeline. Europe is in an interesting position because they'd already started to implement it, and now they have to think about whether they're going to go ahead, because it sort of starts to look like everyone's going to step back from that requirement because this environment that we've been talking about has changed so significantly. And rather than wanting to stop banks getting into this space, people are really starting to see the advantages of having the traditional players in this space, and also the amount of capital that's going to flow into this space as a result. So I think, what then replaces things like, these standard setting bodies if we can set these standards and then kind of step back from them. And I think that's part of the natural process that Joachim was talking about, that this is the process of change and we are in a very significant transition period. And I actually think for Europe, for example, I think that's a really exciting time. And I think, what I consider a sort of half-finished European project is actually an opportunity to see the rest of that project continue on things like a capital markets union, to actually turn Europe to be more than just a consumer union, to actually be a single market, and to be able to make use of the power that it has by bringing all these different countries together. Because at the same time, I think, as well as the sort of global environment that you have, which is very fractious, and kind of reassessing the different relationships that countries have, you've got within Europe itself sort of a fracturing of the traditional power bases. So, a weaker France and a weaker Germany politically than we've seen over the last, say, 20 years or so. And that actually creates a little bit of a vacuum for the Commission, for the sort of Brussels-based power institutions of Europe to actually step in and create opportunity that I think will ultimately open up more space for this sector to take hold. And kind of at the same time, I actually think one of the themes over the next sort of 20 or 30 years is actually going to be around communities rather than sort of organization at the nation level, state level. And so people that want to sort of come together, and I think this technology is kind of a natural place for that to happen over a common interest rather than, say, over a national interest. And I think you're going to see that a lot more. So rather than sort of countries, when you see what's happening, say, at G20 negotiations, or at UN negotiations, rather than wanting to have sort of a country position where they negotiate everything as a whole, you're seeing them start to negotiate on an issue-by-issue basis rather than sort of trying to... And so a lot more horse trading's going on, which I think opens up a lot more flexibility. Final thing I'll say on that, which is that I think that you're also, we often think about international cooperation as being something that happens between kind of political leaders, at the state-by-state level. A lot of the very important international cooperation that takes place is much more at the working level. It's far less glamorous. There's no press release involved. It's the, and you mentioned the Libra project, it's things like the supervisory colleges that were proposed to deal with. They occur in the banking sector. They were proposed to deal with a project like Libra DM, where supervisors in different countries actually collaborate and share information at a much more working level than the sort of high-level thing that we see where international standard setting occurs.
Yeah, I guess one of the interesting questions is going to be whether that continues to happen. So thank you all. I think with that, we want to maybe open the floor a bit. If you've heard anything that you would like to respond to, anything you disagree with, feel free. If not, I have some additional questions. But Joachim, you already look like you want to.
I wanted to react to what Caroline was saying, because I think on substance she's completely right in everything that she says. In my experience, it's, however, I'm not saying it's in some parts wishful thinking. It's absolutely, standardization is of absolute importance, harmonization is of absolute importance, I completely agree, and we have tons of initiatives on that now. We are currently in the process, and we present that probably in December, of making concrete proposals for the Savings and Investment Union, which is the follow-up to the Capital Markets Union. I cannot discuss details here for very obvious reason. There's exciting stuff in there for DLT, so check it out. It should be something that is hopefully helping a bit. This being said, this doesn't go far enough, and I don't personally agree with this need of fully leveling out the internal market or focusing on Europe as such, because for me, when I go in lecture 1 to students and explain to them what a token is and what all this stuff is about, actually it's extremely easy to explain what a ledger is, what a token is, what a DAO is and stuff like that. A token you should imagine as a container. It's just what it is. It also immediately shows you why standardization is important, because at the end of the day, a token is something as a digital container, where like a physical container that can be put on a boat, on a plane, on the road, on the rail, etc. You don't see from the outside what is inside. It is something of value that can be anything for someone, and someone has the key. That's all that there is about a token. Now, if you look at the real economy in the concept of a container, this is a global concept. And this doesn't stop, and you can have as many technical committees as you want. At the end of the day, the container has the size that it has and the properties because it was so convincing that everyone started to pick it up. And that's the same thing in my experience in the political domain. Political decisions are not being made because things make sense, but because there is a sense of urgency, if not panic, and something needs to be done very urgently. I was sitting for years in the Anti-Money Laundering Committee, and I can tell you that whenever there was a call for tightening the rules, that happened when we had a bomb explosion in Brussels or Paris, and then the council met and they said, you need to tighten the rules. We didn't know which rules to tighten because they are tight, but that was a political requirement at the end of the day. The same happens here. You can talk endlessly about the benefits of tokenization, etc. If you don't really have a very, very convincing use case where you get a lot of leverage by a lot of people coming together, nothing will happen. And the nice thing about Web3 is, and also about what Cardano is doing, is that in the proto-state environment that I actually very much support also as a privacy activist, I'm a Prussian. I want to create a Prussia as a DAO, basically, to have any sort of state or mind system that you can have there. And this is how pressure emerges. And there are certain people, like I think Elon Musk, to give just one example, that have understood that. At a certain moment, Elon will take a spaceship to Mars, put a flag in, declare this a state, and then start negotiations with the rest of the world. And this is also what is happening in the internet. So you need to think much more radically about how to create a power base in a digital space that exerts pressure to the legacy system, because otherwise things are not happening. And this is not in opposition to anything that was said. You need the technical discussions, you need the standards, etc. But if you do not have a meta level of power, you will not have a decision making that keeps pace with the immense increase of speed that we have seen on innovation. And for that, we need completely new governance.
Caroline?
I'm not going to pick that up, but I want to pick up something that Bernard actually mentioned, the sort of this focus that we had over the last sort of 6 months on stablecoins, everyone called the stablecoin summer. I think one of the most interesting things for me about that, it was less about stablecoins, but about what I think was like protocol summer. And I was we really saw the rise of sort of L1s and a number of the stablecoin players, whether they were kind of crypto native ones like Circle and Tether, or on the PayPal side, coming up with their own layer ones. And I think this is really, really fascinating and ties into something that we're seeing over in the AI consumer space as well, which is, it's really all about the distribution network. And so what you saw with these stablecoin players developing their own protocols is, from my sort of standpoint, is very similar to what we saw in sort of fintech in the 2010s, which is that everybody creating their little walled gardens that they would like you to stay within. And so in the same way that you can't send from PayPal to Venmo, they want you to stay within your own little protocol, and they want to control that protocol. Now, from I think a commercial perspective, I think that works quite well if you already have your distribution network worked out. So if you're a PayPal, for example, I think if you don't have distribution, it's sort of hard to see what attracts people onto your particular protocol. So I think that's quite interesting from a business perspective. But it also raises a question, what I think of as sort of non-denominational protocols like Cardano, where you can, it's a much more open environment. What's the future for those when you have these kind of walled garden layer ones kind of popping up? The other theme, I think, to bring it into the sort of maybe AI world as well, and this kind of internet native money that we're sort of seeing stablecoins sort of really come into their own, and some of the work that Coinbase has done recently to bring out a new X402 protocol, which is super exciting, and I think if people aren't watching it, they should be. But then I saw the sort of AI Perplexity, so the Amazon Perplexity case that came out about a week ago, which is Amazon suing Perplexity for running their agents on the Amazon website and saying we don't want Perplexity agents coming to shop on the Amazon website. That's against our terms and conditions. What this is really about is who controls the customer relationship. It's really about that distribution key. And I think this is really when it comes back to that idea of community. Having a community is going to be absolutely critical to success in the future, and having customers who are faithful to your community, I think, is really, really essential, because there's going to be a lot of fighting about who actually owns that customer relationship. I mean, Amazon, for example, I think they make 35% of their sales revenue just from the recommendation engine on there. So it's so important that they are able to capture all that data about you and hold that relationship and keep you on their website. And that's going to be a real tension between some of these kind of technologies coming together.
And that's why we built the Cardano community, right? That's part of the reason for it, actually, is because you're right. In terms of sort of USP and value add, there is a question, right? The protocols that are general purpose have a challenge that they are general purpose, in the sense that they're never going to compete with, a bespoke stablecoin protocol, because if you can build a very specific, very narrow thing, then it's always going to be better at that one thing. And the thing that, in my mind at least, sets Cardano apart, one of the reasons is really sort of the community component of it. And I think you need that, right? Good. So we have a few minutes left, and I'd like to ask all of you for 30 seconds final statement. Patrick, I'd love to start with you.
Sure.
What excites you for 2026 and for the future?
Yeah, well, it's an incredibly exciting time. I think we all agree on that. I think there's an enormous, some things could break the wrong way. Let's address that elephant in the room. But I think we've absolutely crossed some point of no return on adoption. And there's you don't get there necessarily in the cleanest, straightest line possible. But seeing the behind the scenes in a few places, just what some players are doing, and the dedication that and commitment they have to long-term adoption is incredibly heartening from our perspective that we've picked a winner to back here. I couldn't be any more positive on this is the future. I have zero doubts about that.
Excellent, thank you. Bernard?
So for me, three things. Topic number one is I'm really excited to see in which direction finance and the future of finance is going. Yeah, decentralized finance, peer-to-peer, and so on. We see already something in this regard. Number two, in order to make this happen, the regulation that is currently very heterogeneous, especially when you go outside of Europe, when you compare US, Europe, Asia, and other parts, China and other parts of the world, super heterogeneous. So to see maybe a convergence here of at least some archetypes of regulation. And the third one is I'm really curious about new business models that we will see with crypto in the future. From DeFi, from other areas, and I always compare this with internet times. So when the internet came across 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we could not foresee that now people are working as influencers on Instagram or TikTok. Yeah, let's see what interesting digital assets use case we'll have in 15 years from now.
Excellent. Joachim?
I think that beyond the geopolitical shifts, we have clearly emerging threat landscape, if I call it like that, that is extremely pushing DLT forward. That is cyber threats, that is the quantum development, which basically calls in any context for distributed systems that are resilient. And that is a task that everyone from an individual, community, family, state, globally, needs to consider as number one in every action, including in coming up with regulation or changing regulation, that what we're talking here is not a luxury, but this is the minimum condition to have distributed systems that are much better to counter all these attack vectors that we see.
Perfect.
And therefore, who doesn't invest has a problem.
We want to leave 30 seconds for Caroline.
Yeah, so on that, I think one of the most interesting things I read this week was that DARPA is the US Defense Research Organization is building out an money laundering tracing tool, which I think is super, super exciting and just shows how much money is going into this space and how concerned they are. I think they very clearly see that the future of finance is in this space. So very excited to see that unfold.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for joining us for this slightly more nerdy topic. And have a great rest of the summit.
Thank you.
In a world facing urgent challenges, the Cardano blockchain harnesses transparency to deliver verifiable progress. From sustainable supply chains and circular economies to renewable energy and carbon emissions tracking, blockchain is changing the game. It's also powering humanitarian impact, transparent aid, and financial inclusion for underserved regions, empowering communities and building a sustainable, equitable future with blockchain for good.
Right, thank you so much to our panel. A fascinating dive there into the exciting world of regulation. Loads of change happening there. And we've got another exciting panel lined up for you next. This time looking at AI on chain. Now we started to touch upon this in some of the earlier sessions, the intersection of Web3 and decentralized systems with AI. Now we're going to take a deeper dive and explore what that means in terms of the enterprise, what opportunities it unlocks, what new business models it unlocks. So, here to tell us more, let me hand over to our next guests. Please welcome Natalie Boyk from Blockchain for Europe, Oliver Feldmeier from Griffin AI, Filippo Frangioni from Novo Nordisk, Alex Moser from Cardano Foundation, Patrick Tobler from NMKR, who are currently developing the Masumi protocol, and leading that session, Daniela Bobak from Blockchain Bundesverband. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel.
Hello, everyone. We are at crossroads where enterprises are rethinking not just what AI can do, but how it operates and who controls it. So combining AI with decentralized infrastructures could fundamentally change governance, trust, and innovation models. So is AI on-chain just hype or the next enterprise power play? We will look at this from 3 angles. First, how companies can start today, what's still in the way, and where real opportunity lies. So with that, I would love to introduce you to our panelists. First, we have Natalie Boyk here next to me. She's Ambassador of Ecosystem Development at Blockchain for Europe, the leading industry association in the EU advocating for blockchain technology. And the founder of Nucleus 42, a public policy advisory focused on emerging technologies. And in her previous role, she led the public policy department at Polkadot, navigating the evolving regulatory landscape for digital assets across the EU and the US. So we here have Oliver Feldmeier. Oliver is the CEO and founder of Griffin AI, a Swiss-based company building no-code AI agent infrastructure for the decentralized economy. With over a decade in fintech and blockchain, he previously co-founded and led Smart Valor, one of Europe's first regulated digital asset exchanges, and successfully steered its 100 million Nasdaq IPO, US dollar by the way, and his work focused on how AI and decentralized systems can reshape finance and enterprise innovation. Next to him is Filippo Frangioni. Filippo is a product manager at Novo Nordisk, where he has spearheaded innovation in AI and blockchain, driving the development of digital products within the pharmaceutical sector. Filippo also serves as head of partnerships at the Nordic Blockchain Association, fostering connections with the Web3 community through memberships, regulatory innovatives, and events like the Nordic Blockchain Conference. Next to him, Patrick Tobler. I think you know him already. Patrick is the CEO and founder of NMaker, the Cardano minting infrastructure provider. He's also co-founder of Masumi, which is a decentralized protocol on Cardano empowering AI agents to collaborate seamlessly and monetize their services efficiently. And last but not least, we have Alex Moser. Alex has been in the intersection of business and tech since 15 years in various roles, including overseeing and launching non-custodial private key infrastructure for banks, enabling institutional DLT solutions on 17 different chains. And since then, he made it his mission to decouple blockchain from speculative use cases and joined Cardano Foundation as Associate Head of Infrastructure in 2022, where he engages in innovative applications, aiding operational resilience and adoption. So please welcome our panelists with a round of applause. I would like to introduce myself, of course, as well. Short and brief. My name is Daniela Bowak. I'm supporting the German blockchain association called Bundesblock, or Blockchain Association, Blockchain Bundesverband e.V. And we are kind of the voice of the German blockchain community. So let's start practical. If an enterprise decides to explore AI and Web3 orchestration, what's the first step? What's the realistic path to value?
Yeah, maybe I can start with that. I think the important part for enterprises is not that they should look at blockchain and AI and think, okay, we need to somehow use both of those technologies immediately. They need to start looking at their problems that they want to solve, right? And figure out what they need to do that. And then very quickly they will realize that there's no way around using blockchain and AI together, actually, because if you think about it, many of the bigger challenges with AI are being solved by so-called multi-agent systems. So it's really about having agents that work with other agents. And if you want to put this one step further, then you're thinking about having agents from different companies interacting with each other. And then suddenly, all the questions that blockchain is already solving come into play, which is like, how do the agents find each other? How do they pay each other? How do they know that this agent really belongs to the company it says it belongs to? All this kind of stuff, all this like trust questions that we have already solved with blockchain. So that's how I would look at it from the start.
So maybe since I'm the corporate guy here, so I would like to play the devil's advocate here. And of course, this is what we hear all the time, right? Start with the use case and then not with the technology. This is the main issue that we have seen in blockchain, because a lot of the people are actually builders and they don't understand the pain points from an enterprise perspective. But I would like to say that when it comes to AI, now we see real implementation that is happening. And at least from my perspective, from a pharmaceutical perspective, I don't see often the urgency of blockchain. At least, well, of course, one thing is there's not a real understanding of what blockchain technology is. And as soon as you start talking about blockchain, people, at least people who are high up and they have decisional power, that turn on the other side. But with AI, I think we have a potential here, because soon enough, corporate will realize that you need to trust AI. You need to trust AI agents. So decentralized AI agents could definitely play a role in the long run to add basically the trust and traceability that is needed. So, yeah.
I maybe have a few points to that as well, to both of yours. I think enterprises shouldn't consider or think about blockchain in that context at all. What they have to consider is how they remain competitive within a landscape that has less and less workforce, simply because of demographic numbers. We have an inverted pyramid, and the traditional variables that drive economic growth don't add up anymore. So each individual employee has to become more efficient, has to output more. So AI, in my eyes, is one solution for that traditional economic equation to compute positive again. Now, as an effect of usage of AI, the company needs to somehow prove that the output of the AI or usage of the AI is within their realms, within their interest, doesn't fantasize, doesn't do things it doesn't want. So the company or the enterprises need to think about verifiability. And when they think about verifiability, there are only a handful of applications or technologies that can actually solve this verifiability question. And in my eyes, blockchain comes as a natural extension to solving verifiability, which they need to employ because they need to employ AIs. It is in a chain of technical requirements simply there. And I'll stop there.
But maybe let me just expand on the thought. And for us in the blockchain space, over the last 10 years, what Phoebe said, we built so much infrastructure. We are focusing so much on the technology itself. To a certain extent, we are missing the use case. But if you look at AI and enterprise adoption of AI, there is a very clear use case for blockchain technology. It solves the matter of trust, transparency, and automation. It has 3 important properties that today centralized AI systems do not have. And so to me, it's kind of, and that's why I'm so excited about this space. It's kind of, those 2 technologies are made for each other in a certain way. One highly centralized, the other very decentralized, but the combination is very powerful. And I'm so excited about this because we get away from just speaking about technology and can actually speak about and show the real life use cases that the combination of those 2 technologies provide.
I mean, I agree in essence, basically, with you guys in terms of the benefits. I think one of the main benefits is the traceability that happens when you combine the 2, right? And making AI traceable would resolve this issue that we had with the black box for all this time, right? And especially looking from a regulatory's lens, what do regulators really love? They love traceability and accountability, and that's the essence of basically every law. And also the AI Act wants that, right? If you're having a company with self-driving cars and the AI is deciding whether or not to drive, then you want someone to be accountable for that. And making that whole process visible and traceable on chain would make things much easier in that. And this is not only for the sake of transparency, of course. I think this might and will become the future regulatory infrastructure, tracing decisions on chain and making it visible, and then also, therefore, going into accountability. Right now, the AI Act enforces that, and companies will have to do like paperwork, right? Retrospective. You will act, and retrospective, you will report and try to reconstruct everything you did in the past after it's been done. I think if you combine, as an enterprise, AI technology with blockchain, and you have the end-to-end traceability, the immutable, basically locking of any transaction, you will remove this whole paperwork. You can save compliance costs. You will have real-time compliance. It will not be retrospective. You will have it in time, in that moment, and it will be much faster. And yeah, this is something that I see as a potential for enterprises to have less paperwork, be more fast. As a risk, on the other hand, is that I don't think we should mix up decentralization with responsibility. Like the AI Act will basically ask for accountability and traceability, is one of the things I said. But if you, for example, were to put AI running on a DAO, you would still run into the same problems. So you have this opacity of a black box removed. It's transparent now. You will see everything. But you will shift still this opacity to the governance aspect, and you will still not be able to know who's responsible. We see now what's happening, like which data has been used, who and how was it deployed. And the AI Act kind of always assumes there is a provider and a deployer of certain software. But in that case, AI on a DAO, you wouldn't have that. And you also don't know who's responsible in that setup of a DAO governance system. So there will be certain advancements, but it's not obviously the ultimate solution for every setup. But yeah, this is the pros and cons I would name. Maybe you have something to add here.
Maybe one question for Filippo, because you're working in healthcare. And if we think about healthcare, everyone knows that there's a lot of data going on there, right? And for all of us who are into blockchain, it's obvious that there is a lot of use cases there, right? So what do you think, why is it still not so a hot topic on companies like yours? Is it more about accountability or responsibility? So we had a conversation last night about that, right? So is it more that we want to work together with third parties, like trusted third parties still? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think also what you asked before was where do we start, right? I don't want to repeat the same thing that my fellow in Johnson & Johnson talked about before, why pharma companies are not investing in blockchain, but let's start from AI. So AI is now implemented across several different processes in healthcare and pharma. So, for example, for target discovery, for simulating basically how molecules act in a human body before moving into human testing, or improving efficiency within document writing or heavy manual processes. However, we don't see AI and AI agents being developed for core processes in pharma, such as, for example, running clinical trials or writing submission documents, which is what you provide to the FDA, for example, to get regulatory approvals for your drugs. And this is because we don't trust AI 100%. So if you cannot trust a model 100%, you will still keep the human in the loop. So right now, I think what we need is to try work on pilots to actually prove that you can trust AI 100% before moving into production. So a lot of the use cases are still in pilot phases, and they're not fully implemented unless it's on secondary processes. So of course, I would say one of the first steps is to create trusted AI agents, maybe forget about blockchain. And yeah, so that would be one of the first things. Another thing I would like to talk about is that quite often large enterprises or pharma, they work with big tech players. So we don't work a lot with startups, I would say. We want to have large trusted partners, Google, Microsoft, Amazon. And those companies, they don't really offer blockchain within their service. We buy the whole package, right? Azure or Google Cloud or whatever. And then we trust that they're doing a good job, right? So they get in trouble if we get a data leak. So that's, I think, the behavior that we have in pharma and large companies. But I hope that doing small pilots in maybe non-critical processes will help us to understand that we need trusted AI agents.
Patrick, maybe a question for you. How would you prevent unexpected or malicious behavior in autonomous agent networks?
So preventing is very difficult. First of all, preventing is almost impossible, I would say. But the key point that I think is really interesting is that the whole market is moving towards agents working with other agents, this multi-agent systems that I mentioned before, right? And there it becomes really tricky, because even if you think about like a very simple use case, the classic example, I want to have an AI agent book my whole trip to, I don't know, Zurich, and I have the agent in the background talking to another agent, a Lufthansa agent, to book the flight, and the hotel agent, and so on. And then suddenly I go to the airport, and I don't have a flight. Like, who's to blame? Is it the Lufthansa agent? Is it the other agent that was supposed to talk to the Lufthansa agent? I need to know at which step it failed, right? That's the first part. And that's really where blockchain can make a huge impact, because we can simply decision log the outputs of those certain steps of different agents from different companies on chain. And by doing that, I can verify, okay, in this case, really the Lufthansa agent just didn't provide the flight. It says it did, but it didn't. And then I can go to Lufthansa and then I can get my money back, basically. So that's really where I think it comes in. It's not about preventing, it's really about logging and making sure that it's traceable and untamperable in a way.
Thank you. So then let's try to zoom out a little bit. So what is possible if we get this all right? So if we look ahead, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, what might the orchestration of AI and Web3 unlock for enterprises in Europe's digital economy?
So I'll take it again, sorry guys. So realistically, Europe is in a very difficult position right now, because Europe does not have any of the large tech companies. Europe does not have any large LLMs. There's one Mistral from France, but it can't really compete against OpenAI and Google and China and all these different models. But the one thing that Europe does have is it has a very strong industry. It has a lot of smaller companies that are really strong. and a lot of like production processes, stuff like that. So the key really is to enhance the productivity of the existing industry and not to try to compete with Google and co on building data centers and training large language models. Like that's out of reach for Europe, in my opinion, at least. So what we need to focus on is we need to focus on creating agents and making them trusted and doing that in a better way, implementing them in a better way into normal companies, which will then give a huge boost to the economy, because that's really what it's about in terms of like increasing efficiency, productivity, and so on.
Can I hook in there just briefly? I mean, you're right, Europe doesn't cover that, and that's a shame.
Yeah.
But how do you see cybersecurity? I mean, we just saw this like Amazon cloud outage, and we saw, you know, and a lot of the infrastructure that we're using right now is very much in the hands of American tech companies. And I mean, industry is always also, especially if it's like critical industry, always subject to cyber attacks or, I don't know, political aspects, right? So if we just give up on AI or cloud systems or whatever it is we might not be good at, the alternative is also politically and also for, I mean, every company will suffer from that pressure one way or another in terms of sanctions, in terms of tariffs, in terms of everything. How do you think companies and enterprises can hedge themselves in a technical way from these kind of risks?
I mean, here, some of the work that we are doing, it's also about decentralization, actually. And well, blockchain is an extreme form of decentralization, but even in an enterprise setup, you shouldn't be relying on one cloud provider. You should have a multitude of cloud providers in different jurisdictions across the globe, and you need to set up your data centers accordingly. Of course, GDPR requirements, what can you go international, what not. There are differences, but it's about making the enterprise also more robust and resilient, and not just having legacy applications that have been developed 30 years and they remain running in their old ways. That doesn't work anymore. And especially when it comes to AI and AI agents, nowadays, it can be on Microsoft, Azure, Google, and so on. You can run your agents on dedicated hardware devices. It's TEEs, Trusted Execution Environments, where you can always prove at what time did what code base run on what chip. So you know exactly, and you can anchor this data in a blockchain, so you have the audit trail, so you will always know at what time what process was performed by what model. And this is just this year, a NVIDIA H100 chip was actually deployed in a confidential environment. I think Microsoft managed this. So we can now really rely on the compute we are getting for those AI and AI inference into one enclave. And I think this, along with decentralization, can create the enhanced trust.
Oliver, maybe you have one or two use cases to share with us.
We have one use case that we are actually very proud to announce today. So together with the Cardano Foundation, we have launched an agent today as beta release, accessible to the public, and it's a use case of basically human-AI collaboration. A use case, this human-AI collaboration, I think for enterprise, this is the next logical steps. There are still all those trust issues. You still need to have a human in the loop. So the application Cardano Foundation and we have built, it's a Cardano Constitutional Examiner. Now with the age of Voltaire in Cardano, there are so many proposals being generated to change the protocol, governance actions. They need to be reviewed by humans. They need to be reviewed by the Constitutional Committee, by DREPs, and so on. And this is a lot of work. And this agent is basically assessing all the proposals that come in. It's using large language models. It's using some other advanced algorithms and a knowledge graph. And it's basically assessing all those proposals. Are they constitutional compliant? What are the potential risks, the benefits of certain proposals? And give this to the human as input for their manual review and further further processing.
Yes, please. Round of applause.
I'm also really excited that we can finally say this in public. We've been talking about this since forever. And it's not really how blockchain can help AI. In this case, it's quite the opposite. How can AI help the blockchain space? And as we speak, you all know that one of our constitutional committee members will resign for very good reasons. And what they have achieved with the governance action that was unfortunately shut down massively, is spark a conversation how to compensate their work. And you may think of the amounts, whatever you may think, that's irrelevant, but the fact is that there's so much effort going into assessing constitutionality of those governance actions that tools that aid that process, I'm not saying replace, very much on purpose, because we need a human in the loop, is a very timely task. And with the help of Griffin, we have launched that tool. I'm excited about it. If I may, Daniela, I have really also something to that previous conversation, unless you have...
No, sure, go ahead.
...more points for the 7 minutes. Filippo, you said before that you're basically outsourcing only to large players because they are to be trusted and they are too big to fail in a way. But then you brought the excellent point of Amazon recently, where due to the centralized nature of that massive trusted player, half the internet went down. While we definitely can't prevent, as you also said, Patrick, any of these misfortunes, and we can't expect Novo Nordisk or any other enterprises to now trust suddenly 10 different startups to do things in a separated manner. What is important, and here blockchain really comes into play, and you said this, is where can we prove accountability? Where can we, after the fact, point fingers and say, look, here things went wrong, and then we have insurance systems maybe that secure economic damage and so on. But knowing where and how I put my trust, and then relying on the verifiability of the service that they provide, is something where blockchain really has its strongest features. The question would be to you, Filippo, what would it take for Novo Nordisk to rethink their trust outsourcing?
Yeah, so let me maybe try to take this a bit more generally. So of course, I wouldn't say that large companies and pharma companies only partner up with big tech players, but that's the majority of the cases, right? So of course, there's a lot of investments in startups, but what I'm saying here is that usually it's when you get in, right? So you create trust for the years to come. So before a large enterprise starts a big project with the small startups, they need to have a lot of due diligence and trust and previous use cases that show that actually this is the way to go. So of course, you would have to start from a pilot perspective, and I would say a good thing would be to find your blockchain champion in the company. So of course, I'm here representing myself. I can call myself the blockchain champion. Many other companies have blockchain champions, and of course, there's a lot of education to be done in terms of what is blockchain, why do you need a decentralized system. So first of all, for the startup to understand actually the use cases and the pain points, and also for how to translate it into something tangible internally. So the easy thing is to go with Microsoft, right? Because again, you just trust the company, right? But to give trust to a small startup, it's not as easy.
Yeah, I would correct the question, though. Why do we need blockchain? And say, why do we need verifiability? Why do we need accountability? And the solution is blockchain. Ask what processes, what problems does an enterprise have today that can be solved through technology? And for AI, it's pretty easy, because we have economic incentives to do so. For blockchain, it's less easy, and we're blinded by all this speculation stuff. But asking, where do we have a trust gap? And then answering that with blockchain could be a solution.
Yeah, I would say, again, when you work with small startups, for example, they are maybe focused on one specific technology, right? So they would come directly with, okay, there you go, there you have your decentralized AI agent, there you have blockchain, right? While when you work with a larger company that offers a multitude of services, they will be more able to understand the problem and then offer you whatever is needed at that point in time, right? So they have experience working with many large players. So I see probably this is also one of the friction points, because maybe builders are very much focused on whatever they're building, and it's most likely a better product than what the big players are to offer. But sometimes spacing out and actually understanding the problem at hand, and maybe, again, it's what we discussed before as well. Don't start with the technology, start with the use case, right? So large players quite often understand, they're used to work with enterprises, so they understand better what is the right technology at that point in time.
So we're running out of time, unfortunately. I mean, I could listen to you guys for hours, to be honest, and maybe we should continue this conversation afterwards. But we need to do our closing, because we only have 1 minute and 30 seconds. So sorry for this interruption. But let's finish with one line from each other of you. What's your one key takeaway for enterprises thinking about AI on chain? And maybe we do it a bit more easy. Do you think AI needs blockchain's transparency more than blockchain needs AI? So maybe we start with you.
I don't know. I think decentralization is a hedge for the technology. It provides transparency and traceability. I think it also deviates the issue of data. We haven't actually talked about that, but like the concentration of data that is accumulated by AI, also something that should be decentralized to avoid a single point of failure. So I think
it's more blockchain, or blockchain needs more AI, more of AI?
AI
just running out of time.
Okay,
sorry.
AI needs more blockchain.
Oliver?
Well, no matter how intelligent AI will get, for real enterprise adoption, especially in a multi-enterprise setup along supply chains, you need a trust layer, and this is what blockchain can provide. Abstracting away the technology, it's the trust, the verifiability that you need, and this is where blockchain needs AI.
Filippo?
Okay, from my perspective, I would say AI needs blockchain, but only in specific use cases. In maybe 90% of the cases, AI doesn't need blockchain, but let's focus on those 10%.
Patrick?
The world needs blockchain if we want to keep AI from not ruling everything and not give all the power to Silicon Valley.
The two are perfect symbiosis.
Perfect answer for the end. So thank you very much for listening to this. For me, it was an amazing panel. It's the best when the moderator doesn't have to say a lot. So thank you for this, and give all of them a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Okay, great. Another fascinating session. Some great insights shared there, some great perspectives. It feels like that conversation is only going to get more interesting as those agentic workloads continue to get embedded across the enterprise. Okay, so time for something slightly different now. We've been having panels and keynotes thus far. Next up, we have a fireside chat, albeit a fireside chat with a twist, because we have one guest here with us in Berlin. We have another joining us all the way from California virtually, the magic of television. I hope he's had some strong coffee. So here, without further ado, why don't I hand over to our next guests. Next up, we are joined by Tim Draper, all the way from California, as I said, founder of Draper Associates, and Sven Wagenknecht, editor-in-chief over at BTC Echo, here to talk about the investor perspective and enterprise blockchain adoption. Our panelists.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our fireside chat, the investor case for decentralized enterprise. It's a real privilege to have with us one of the most iconic visionary investors in technology and blockchain, Tim Draper. Tim is the founder of Draper Associates, among other ventures, and an early backer of companies that truly changed the world, including Tesla, Skype, Hotmail, and most important, Bitcoin. Today, we will explore whether decentralization is not just a tech shift, but the biggest reallocation of capital since the internet. So please, give me a very warm welcome and a big round of applause for Tim Draper.
Thank you, Sven. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm a big fan of Berlin, and I'm sorry I'm not there with you. I love that city.
Great to hear, Tim. Great to hear. I hope you're feeling good and ready to go. As I see, you have a nice Bitcoin tie, as always. Maybe one question. How many do you own?
I know this was, we were working with Cardano on this, so I really should have a Cardano tie, but I have a lot more Bitcoin than Cardano, or ADA.
Okay, perfect. So I would say, let's start. You've been investing in decentralized enterprise and protocols for years now. From an investor's perspective, what truly distinguishes a decentralized enterprise from a traditional startup investment?
Actually, I think the panel before me handled this about right. I think trust is what the real value is to decentralization. I think, as George Schultz said in his last writing, trust is a coin of the realm. If you have trust, you can have freedom. If you have freedom, you can have trust. And I think by decentralizing a token, it allows people the ability to have confidence that there is a backup, and that the data is secure, that the money is secure. And yes, you mentioned something about this, but yes, we are going through an anthropological transformation. This is as big as when we went from shells to gold, or gold to the promise of gold, or the promise of gold to the promise of a government to back up a currency. I think this is as big or bigger than those. And each time there was that one of those transformations, it made us, humanity, that much richer because we could trade. And that trade becomes, as we move toward computer trade, the trade becomes more frictionless. And the less friction we have in an economy, the wealthier everybody in the economy gets. It's simple. If I have an orange grove and you have a cow, and we have to trade, it's not going to be one orange for one cow. There needs to be this trusted third party. And I think we're in we're in a situation where that trusted third party doesn't have to be a bank and doesn't have to be a government. And in fact, the decentralized tokenization of the world is going to create more trust throughout the world because people don't always trust their government or their bank.
Yeah, these are many convincing reasons to invest into decentralized enterprise, but still many investors, traditional investors, are still hesitant. They have some, let's say, issues and fears maybe to invest because their models don't fit for token. So do you think from that perspective, the traditional one, that we are still facing a fundamental valuation problem, that this is one of the main problems for traditional investors to invest in?
I don't know what really a traditional investor is. I think people should really take note here. I'll give you a few examples. I'm sure there are a lot of examples in Europe of currencies that went out of business. But when I was 10 years old, my father gave me a $1 million bill. He said, "Here's a $1 million bill." And I said, "Oh my God, $1 million. What can I do with it?" And he said, "Nothing." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "That's $1 million Confederate dollars. The Confederates lost the war to the Unions in the Civil War in the United States. And everybody wanted Union dollars, and the Confederate money inflated, and the Union dollars became, when they started out 1-to-1, they were 1,000,000-to-1, and then it was eventually no one took any Confederate dollars. I think we're going to go through the same thing with fiat versus crypto. I think you're going to see cryptocurrencies hold their value or build their value, or at least maybe the top 20 of them doing that. And you're going to see people less and less trusting the fiat currencies. I know the dollar drops about, I mean, $1 today is worth $1, and $1 in a year might be worth 90 cents. And a Bitcoin today is worth whatever it's worth. But as more people get wallets, the Bitcoin's going to be worth more and more. Now, the other thing that I think about is Silicon Valley Bank went out of business. And the day they went out of business, I got 15 calls from entrepreneurs saying, "We aren't going to make payroll. The banking system has failed us, and we aren't going to make payroll. How are we going to cover payroll?" And so I had to cut deals with them to make sure that we can make payroll on Monday. Now, they didn't have to because the government bailed it out, but creating more inflation. But it did make me feel like with all my startups that every startup or every company should have a treasury, and that treasury should have some money in a big bank, and then some in a smaller bank because the U.S. government can bail out a smaller bank, and then some in Bitcoin or other crypto, because if the banking system does fall apart, which it was close to, in two cases, 2008 and when Silicon Valley Bank went under. And you've got to make sure you've got 2 to 4 weeks, and actually in Europe, I think it's 6 months of payroll that you are personally responsible for in your company. And so it makes you think that not just corporates should be holding Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency as a hedge, at least against the fiat bubble. But families, if you are responsible for a family and the banking system collapses, the way the drachma collapsed or the Cyprus collapse or the Confederate dollar collapsed, you should hold about 6 months worth of cryptocurrency to keep your family alive while you are able to get your act back together. And then you'll relax when there's a big run on the banks. And we're noticing that lots of governments are starting to put Bitcoin into their treasuries. And that is because they realize that their own currencies are at risk. I think we're at a weird inflection point in our society, in our global world, our global economic world. We all thought that the banking government system was all we'd ever have for our lifetimes. And now we've got something better, and it's more trustworthy, and it is fairer. And the government system is in flux. And people are worried about hackers. The hackers have been hacking at the banks for years, and it's amazing we haven't had more of a crisis. So I think, I guess to the people, to the innovators out there, I would say you already own some Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrencies. And to the laggards out there, I'd say you should fear the bank system. You should fear that this is not going to work forever because there is a better technology. Going out there and living your life without any Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency, I think is a little bit like going to war when your opponent has brought in gunpowder, but you're very convinced that we should still use knives. I think you've got to, you're going to a gunfight with a knife if you only have fiat currency. So, at first I used to tell all my friends, hey, why don't you buy a little of this? It's going to be kind of interesting. And it might really have a big impact on the global economy. And now I'm saying it is having a big impact on the global economy, and it's better currency, it's a better store of value, it's safer, and you should own it. And if you don't own it, you are putting yourself at risk, and you are going to be desperately clamoring at the bank when we all decide that the banks are no longer good.
Yeah, I think that all shows how important decentralization is. That decentralization is a solution for our society, for the economy, for our financial infrastructure, and so on and so on. But I would like to know, when you invest into application-based blockchain protocols beyond Bitcoin, how important is decentralization as an investment criterion? Like, how much weight do you give this criterion?
It's a big part of my thinking and my mission now. I look, we're backing companies that are creating new government systems. There's one called Prospera that is outside of Honduras, and it's creating a lot more freedom than we have in a lot of other countries, and a lot more trust. And they're all decentralized in their currency, but they are also decentralizing themselves. So they're setting up other operations all around the world, so that if the Honduran location, if the Honduran government, somehow messes with them, they will have many other places from which to operate. And so I think that's kind of and I've seen a lot of DAOs that are decentralized autonomous organizations that are in effect governing in new ways. And I think those innovations are starting to happen where governing becomes something other than what we have that's land-based. People can be governed in many other ways. In fact, a lot of what government provides today is insurance, and most of insurance can be done up in the cloud. It doesn't have to be done in some centralized facility in some that covers some piece of real estate. I think when the internet popped out, all of a sudden the geographic borders started to fall, and we all started to benefit from that. And what I call this period is the roar of the dying lion. Governments now are starting to recognize that they're less relevant. People who govern are realizing they're less relevant, and so they're creating artificial barriers, trade wars, whatever, and wars, and trying to show that they matter. And I think that's a temporary phenomena, and I think in 20 years we'll get through all that, and we'll be back to being one world. And the geographies will have much more fluidity to them, and much more trade will happen across borders, even if we have any borders. So this is, and I think governance will have to compete the way corporates compete for customers. They'll have to start thinking about people as customers, not subjects or constituents. And so I think that's going to change governance. I think if you're a corporate, I think if you are, from the last panel, I think if you are going into AI, you do realize how many times you get hallucinations. And so trust is going to be really important in AI. And I think decentralization and the security around tokenizing data is going to be pretty mission critical for anybody who gets into the AI world. So I think we're really seeing Satoshi Nakamoto really opened up a new world for all of us, and it's coming. And I know there have been some great breakthroughs. Cardano with proof of stake made it more energy efficient, but turns out there is some value to being an energy user if you're a token. Great. Anyways, I rambled on a little bit. So go ahead and ask me another question.
Yeah, because we're running out of time a little bit. So I would like to know, education is super important for this transformation with blockchain and AI. And my question is, and I know you are very into education, you have your own university. So what do you think, what skills will the next generation of founders need to succeed in a decentralized economy, of course, especially with the AI reshaping, let's say, of everything. So what's important? Do we need MBA programs still, or is it too old already?
I think education is going to go through the education, I hope, is going to go through a major transformation. The things that have messed with education are the non-market forces, like tenure and unionized teachers, and there are some things that have really messed with our education around the world, and standardization of education, I think, is a big problem. I think education should be decentralized and destandardized. I think the creativity of educators should be brought to bear And I think the best of the educators should rise to the top. And a lot of that education can be transformed because of video. A lot of it can be transformed because AI teaches very, very well. And I get fewer hallucinations on things like history and math and most science. And so I think AI is really good for that. So I think you can actually educate yourself a lot faster with AI and have more time for recess, have more time to get to know people, to understand people, have more time to build robots, to explore space, to cure death, to do whatever it is that you might want to do, because people can, I mean, there are a couple of ways for people to be educated. One is to standardize education, and sure, language is a good way to do that. I mean, it's good to standardize a language. English is kind of the money language now, and that's probably a good thing to have as a standard. But I think that there are a lot of pieces of education that are better when you get to dig deep. And AI really allows you to just keep digging. And I think students are generally very curious and they really want to dig. And they're going to learn so much more from AI now. Now, what do you do with existing education systems? You know, I was talking to a guy who was the astrophysics, the head of the astrophysics department at Berkeley. And he starts describing what's going on in the teacher's lounge. And when he described it, all I was picturing 10 people in the teacher's lounge and 2 of them saying, wow, the admissions office is doing such a good job. These essays are fantastic. And 6 of them are saying, we got to get rid of this ChatGPT. This AI thing is killing us. And I've been teaching ancient Greek the same way for 50 years, and I don't want to change it. And then 2 of them are saying, this is going to change all of education. How are we going to get in front of that? And how are we going to change it? Okay. And I've started to see some entrepreneurs that are really trying to improve education and trying to innovate around education. And I think the university system, the current system with campuses and centralized and teaching the same thing to everybody that you've taught for years, I think that's going to gradually go away. And I think companies like Duolingo and others are going to thrive. And then I think ChatGPT might end up being a big educator.
Okay, Tim. Thanks a lot. That's all the time we have, unfortunately. I have so many more questions here, but yeah, we have to be strict to the timetable. So thanks a lot for your insights, for your energy.
Things work on time in Germany. I like that.
Pünktlichkeit.
All right, good job.
Thanks
very
so much.
Good questions. I enjoyed being here.
Big applause for Tim. Thank you.
Right, hello all. Thank you to Sven and to Tim. Point of order, the Cardano team have just asked me to add a quick reminder. None of the insights being shared here this week should be taken as specific investment advice. Okay, folks, don't come to us, don't come knocking on our door if the market doesn't perform as expected. Okay, so we have another panel session coming up next. We've been looking at lots of use cases. Today we're going to be looking at this idea of how we overcome some of the common adoption challenges. What are visionary organizations and visionary leaders doing well when it comes to integrating blockchain into legacy environments, overcoming user resistance to change, or scaling across those complex infrastructures? To find out more, let's welcome our next panel. We've got Owen Comiskey from MasterCard, Raul Di Benitez from Nuvola, Guillaume Brunet from Orange, Ivan Branco from Volvo Group, and leading that discussion, we have Cardano's Giorgio Zanetti, CTO. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? Are we all caffeinated, ready for the afternoon? I'm Giorgio Zanetti. I'm the CTO at the Cardano Foundation, and I'm pleased to be joined today by some experts from enterprise and all working with blockchain. We have Owen here with me from MasterCard. He's a director, franchise strategy and product. We have Raul, the CEO of Nuvola. We have Guillermo from Orange, head of innovation. And we have Ivan Branco from Volvo. He has a long title. He's GTO, SML, head of innovation management, AI and analytics. So welcome to the panel. Maybe let's start with an easy question, or maybe perhaps a very difficult one. Why blockchain? What got you into it? Maybe we'll start with you, Owen.
Okay, I suppose look, all views are my own because there will probably be some different views from some of my colleagues. It's a why not? It's inevitable. So MasterCard is a technology company that focuses on payments, and blockchain is a new technology with specialism in payments. The use cases, the capabilities, and the advantages are relatively self-apparent. And as a B2B business where we have to support clients in the ecosystem, the demand, the appetite, and the desire for this as an emerging technology is there. So I think we're past the pivot point. We've gone through crypto winter, we've had stablecoin summer, we have increased regulation, and it's just the adoption curve is happening now, so why not? Probably.
Cool. Raul?
Yeah, for me, it's, I think, just a natural evolution from the legacy traditional systems to a more efficient technology that's needed as we grow and advance. Almost like, we grew up on the traditional systems like a parent, and as children, we essentially are evolving from the lessons and things that they've taught us, their shortcomings, their failures, and that's essentially what blockchain is. It's an embodiment of evolution, innovation in the technical world. So for me, it's almost like a no-brainer, like what Owen said as well.
German?
Yeah, to me, actually, this is a question I asked to the management in Orange, a big corporation. So why blockchain? And so the answer is not so easy. I would say it's a cultural movement. It's something more than only changing a layer from or replace something to something else. It's about integration and it's about add something to the existing layers that we have in big corporations and telcos above all. Because as you perhaps know, telcos are very centralized. So you have this trust built between the customers and the company. So it goes against the decentralization movement. So this is why I'm talking about cultural movement rather than only a technological change.
It's a little bit hard to come in the end, but I'll try to add my 2 cents. I think the question, Let's take it like this. Would you ask the same question if you would twist it around and ask your management team or whomever, what do you think about trust? What do you think about security? What do you think about having a stable, solid platform that allows you to do your business in a better way? The answer would be a no-brainer. So why blockchain? Because we want to invest in all of those things, and this is a vehicle, a new vehicle, to allow us to reach those targets.
Maybe, Ivan, I stay with you. We all said, well, blockchain is a no-brainer, but we face a lot of questions and skepticism. You know, Christmas is approaching, and I'm already thinking, how am I going to rebut my uncle that he's strong on his Italian bonds and he believes in Web2 technology. What are the challenges that you have faced in the large organization that you work in, and what's the pushback? Blockchain is a no-brainer, but what's the pushback that you get?
Backstage, I was discussing with Guillaume. I think it's a question of language. I mean, I'm part of this event. I'm maybe not a specialist in blockchain as most people are. I found a lot of interesting, very intelligent people that know a lot about blockchain, but then you create a niche environment where these people know a lot about blockchain. But if I go to my management team, if I go to my business people, they don't understand exactly what it is. They will still make the correlation between blockchain and cryptocurrency, but they do not see all of the other possibilities that it offers. So we discussed, I said one of the challenges that I would have for the Cardano Foundation is to go outside and educate people, but educate using common terms, not using such technical language, because you will lose a lot of the audience. They don't understand the concept. They don't understand the structure. I think that is one of the big challenges that we have in the future, to kind of spread blockchain as a valid standard for every business organization.
Guillermo, what's the pushback you get?
Yeah, the pushback is actually quite the same as Ivan. We were talking about that in the backstage. Let me give you some insights about Orange. It's a big corporation. We are in 23 countries. Mostly in Europe. France is the first market, then Spain is the second one. I'm based myself in Madrid. Spain is like the lab of innovation, so it's quite interesting to work with them. And then we have Eastern Europe countries. We have French-speaking countries in Africa, which are in very high expansion. So we have 200 million customers around the world, 40 billions of turnover. So how do you move a company like that? You know, it's quite kind of difficult. Because it's a dinosaur. It's a big telco, very centralized. The trust is built between the top management, the decision, the network, of course, the layers that we have in the network, the fiber, the 5G, all these layers, you know, and the trust is into the connectivity, basically. So if you have a good connectivity, you trust the company, you trust your telco operator. I think it's the same with you guys, basically. So how do you change that with a blockchain? Okay, you say blockchain, you talk about digital assets, for example. Before it was non-fungible tokens. So you need to find a way, a prototype, and a topic which is interesting for the user, and which makes the life of the user easier, I would say. So this is the pushback I have regarding the blockchain. So how do you move this big old company? And you have to convince people there, not replacing the existing, because sometimes they are afraid of the change. So they just think, okay, you are going to replace something existing, it's going to be very costly and not effective. So it's not about change, it's about integration. It's about a layer above existing layers, and you have to prove this cultural movement I was talking about before. So the proof is going to be prototypes, but I will come back later on something more specific.
Raul, I want to add something on the pushback. You're maybe the smallest come from the startup side of things.
Yeah, I was actually about to say I'm usually pitching to enterprises like this, and the feedback we've received, I think there's a quote that really embodies it, that talks about the blockchain industry. Empires are not built where stones are thrown from, but rather where they land. And I think the blockchain industry has been damn near stoned to death with criticism. Yeah. And somehow it's prevailed and been resilient. And it comes down to the trust, and even what Ivan said about the simplicity of what's being presented, right? And when you can really simplify what blockchain can do for an enterprise, it really comes down to two things: quality of life and financial benefit. Why would a company use a product if it's not already improving a service that they're providing to their customers? If you can't even meet that simple criteria and you can't explain it properly and show them why this route is better, the conversation ends there. But then the second that comes with it is the financial incentive. Yep. Am I making money from making this transition? How much money is it going to cost me to go from A to B? And when those two elements meet and they can be explained properly, it goes less from a mentality of, this tech is too complicated, I don't trust it, it's going to cost me a lot. And they stop throwing the stones at you, and you start to say, oh wow, this can actually save me a lot of money in the long run. I was a quality engineer for almost 13 years, and root cause analysis was essentially what I did every day. And it always just came down to cost savings, right? You can live with a problem for only so long until it starts to be so counterproductive that you lose money everywhere else. And I think simplifying the solution and then showing why it's financially advantageous for them is essentially where you're able to overcome that criticism and that pushback.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Look, I think it's an extension on that point. My background's in banking. 15 years ago, we were still doing general ledger migration. Stuff was built on COBOL. People were looking at data lakes and data warehouses. You had regulation coming in on GDPR and OCIR, and now you have DORA. And for the CTO functions, their roadmap is just absolutely packed. And then you have this new technology where everybody agrees with the incoming benefits, and it's trying to thread that needle into large-scale transformative change. And it will happen. It'll happen over time. We see some of the new challengers in the fintech space, the likes of sort of new payment firms, what have you, who don't have that legacy stack, who are able to use that to their advantage. But again, the industry has to catch up because the interoperability requires a certain level of uptake before it becomes ubiquitous. So the challenge is really sat at the feet of the CTOs. Sorry, CTOs.
I'm a CTO. So. No more questions for you. Actually, I'm going to grill you on something. I'm of the panelists here. From you're the one that is more prone to be disrupted, right? Because everybody's coming for you, right? For payment rails, stable coins. Maybe can you give me your thoughts around this, and maybe tell us a bit what is the internal conversation, right? Because you could be going toward your Kodak moment, right? Or can you tell us a little bit what's happening inside?
I think the old phase economists have predicted 9 out of the last 5 recessions. Yeah. There's always a challenge. Everything's there. And again, these are my own views, but the role of MasterCard is to empower ecosystems. And it creates that environment for all the participants through multilateral agreements to come in and move money and move liquidity. This is a new form of digital assets. It's a new form of money migration. It will become interoperable with all the other rails. We still have checks. We still have physical cards. We have virtual cards. We have wearable tech. This is another layer in a blended version of an ecosystem. And everything has to become interoperable because you have the network, you have the scale, you have the pre-existing relationships of all the actors in the ecosystem. And then you have a fairly well-defined UX for the end user. Boop, that's your payment done. So I personally see this more as symbiotic rather than displacement.
Absolutely. Is there any initiative specifically that you have observed in MasterCard to go in the stablecoin direction or payment rails? Or?
Yeah, so the role of MasterCard, like I say, it's a B2B business, and therefore we have to be aligned with what's happening in the industry and what's happening with all the participants in the ecosystem. So that means that there are multiple POCs responding to various needs and requirements coming out regionally, by market sector, by product type, by payment type, etc. The stablecoin summer, the Genius Act, the clarification on regulation, has meant that a number of those POCs are now coming to market. and therefore we're able to respond and support accordingly. And it's about being responsive, not trying to shape the market.
Maybe now we jump to Guilherme. Telco is in some regions is also the financial backbone. If you mention Africa, yes. Can you give us also a sneak peek what is being discussed within Innovation Lab and how blockchain is innovating or contributing?
Okay, so two things. The first thing is about an idea that Ivan developed before. The main challenge that we have regarding the blockchain is to find the purpose, not starting with the technology. Because if you start with proof of stake versus proof of work, you lose people, above all the management. So what we need is to start with the purpose. When it comes to the purpose, with blockchain, of course, the most efficient way to think about it is about the fact that it's traceability, it's faster, and it comes to transactions, So transaction, it's registered, so on the blockchain. So there is this proof of value. You have to prove the value of the blockchain versus traditional transactions. So I come to Africa now. There is this data. You have 43% of the people in Africa who are not with a bank account, according to the World Bank. And contrasting that, you have 83% of the people who have mobile phone. Yeah. So this gap is clearly an opportunity for Orange, because the transactions are done with the mobile phone today, with the credit cards and banks, but with the stablecoins, for example, it's something that we are exploring. We are not launching that for the moment, but it's something which can be very easier for the user in the end. To send money from Africa to Europe and at the reverse from Europe to Africa. Of course, it comes with regulation aspect that we need to consider and to look for. But regarding for the user, what is very important is for the user in the end, it's going to be easier for them to make transactions from a continent to another one. This gap is clearly a proof of value, and this is something that we explore in our labs. And there is another topic that we are regarding, and something that we did, not only exploring, it's about the customer loyalty programs. It's an angle that we choose in Spain, is to transform the traditional customer loyalty program that you can have with gas station, for example. You fill your gas, you have some points, you accumulate points, and then you have rewards. Of course, you can do it with Web2 traditional today, but with the Web3, you can do it with digital assets. And digital assets, we used NFTs for that. We did a workshop, and the whole idea was to find a story to connect this digital asset with people. So in Orange, Spain, we promote a lot of events. For example, sports, we promote Real Madrid teams. We promote cinema. We promote many events, TV shows and concerts and so on. So the whole idea was to ask to the user that we have in Spain, what do you like? Do you like cine? Do you like Real Madrid? Do you like that? And then you give these digital assets regarding his taste, and digital asset is like a key to another world. It's a key to something else. Let's say that you have this NFT built on the blockchain. Okay, this is your key. And regarding what you are going to do in terms of gamification, you have a lot of companies doing that, such as Sora, for example. You have this card, and this card is going to give you some credit, and this credit are going to make you appear some rewards. This is something we did with Capgemini, for example, an agency. We did a workshop during 1 week with them, and we released this as a prototype. And this prototype was worked with people in digital marketing teams inside of Orange. It was done, basically.
Cool. Ivan, can you give us an insight? What are the discussion inside Volvo on the use of blockchain, maybe on the electrification and the digital product passports? What is being discussed?
Yeah, we can talk about that, but that's one, let's say, part of what we have been exploring. We've been exploring blockchain as a component to secure, let's say, our supply chain value, because we have multiple material suppliers, transport suppliers, we have the factories, etc. So to secure that we have a proper communication between these parties on every single component that we have as needed for the production of our vehicles, engines, whatever. Then, indeed, with new legislation coming in, digital product IDs, We want to make sure that we have and that we can capture all of that information, but we actually started that before it became, let's say, this new trend, because we also wanted to secure, for example, that our parts are in the right place. They're not being forged, they're not being negotiated in countries where they cannot be negotiated, so it really allows us to see the full life cycle of the product, understanding exactly where and when it is being used. We also did explorations actually on internal cryptocurrency for internal transactions in between these material suppliers, transport suppliers, and our own organization to simplify also that communication.
Was it a stable coin or was it?
It's internal. I don't even recall the name. It was just an exploration, investigation that we did.
This is not financial advice. Don't buy the Volvo token.
And basically, it has been through these explorations that we've tried to validate the true worth of blockchain within our environment. Going a little bit into what you said, Guillaume, we start normally with a business problem, and then we try to see the applicability of solutions. But here we also took another approach, or tried to take another approach, which is, in some cases, the technology can point a direction where you see opportunities. And I think in blockchain, that was kind of the reality. It came within a specific frame connected to cryptocurrency, and then we said, okay, there are other usage for this. Can we apply it for situations where we know we have poor data quality, we have compliance issues, we have security issues? And that's what we've been exploring within Volvo.
Maybe, Raul, you are a Web3 native company. A couple of questions. One, can you explain the audience what exactly you do? And second, how are you integrating the legacy into your blockchain business, the other way around?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Nuvula, we are essentially in the cloud storage and compute industry. We're about to launch our partner chain, which essentially provides the backend storage to our Web2 applications called Nuvula Drive. In many ways, it's a direct competitor to Google. That is a very bold statement, but it's the reality of it, right? And what we've seen essentially with AWS going down is how dependent the entire world is on 2 or 3 names. And that dependency creates a lot of issues when unforeseen issues arise. So the current system is essentially a house on one pillar. Let's talk about AWS. That pillar went down, the house collapsed, and everybody was kind of screwed, for lack of better terms. In blockchain, what we're presenting with our model is that same house, so that same service of cloud storage and compute, but instead of on one pillar, it's on 1,000 pillars. And those 1,000 pillars are a permissionless blockchain environment, decentralized, where anyone can contribute. So we've created a blockchain that's open to the public, that anyone can help contribute these services, which creates a more robust backend, globally distributed network that is not just going to go out overnight. So enterprises that can integrate into our cloud storage and compute solutions would essentially have that comfort knowing if one pillar goes out, there's 999 in its place to keep the house up and running. So you almost would not feel the effects of it. That is the beauty of decentralization. Now, it's a lot easier said than done, because migrating from the big players to a more decentralized environment has plenty of obstacles, right? But that's why we built the Web2 side of it with Nuvula Drive and many other features to come with that, so that it feels and has that familiarity, which Ivan, you said before about simplicity. You guys already know how to use Nuvula Drive, every single one in this room, and you've never even seen the app. It's literally that familiar and that simple, and it provides you all the beauty of blockchain. And the second question, how would we integrate?
How are you integrating with the legacy systems, with the Web2?
Yeah, so it also goes back to that initial statement I made about the simplicity and then the financial incentive. Right now, cloud storage to everybody on the face of the planet outside of the providers is an expense. And no matter what, to run your phones and your computers, you need it. It's literally air for your devices. And our model, with the beauty of blockchain and decentralized cloud storage, allows us to take an expense and turn it into an income stream. What do I mean by that? Any enterprise can essentially establish a node infrastructure globally that they provide internally to their own organization or globally to their customers, and they can monetize the revenues as they flow in from a paid service. This happens from our front end, and it's all powered by the back end. And it takes essentially the Google or the AWS model where money enters in and circulates within 4 walls and stays there. They control the expansion of the network, they control the direction. It takes that model and flips it upside down, because now money flows in from the users, and it's being transferred over to the people that are providing the network to be sustained globally as a service. So a company that has, let's say, 10 to 20 million users can start to provide this service as a benefit to another service they already provide and establish a node infrastructure on the back end and monetize it in totality. So somebody that is essentially spending millions a year on cloud storage services can now turn that into an income stream to them. So not only are you saving, because the service is more cheap, not more cheap, it's more efficient because of the back end. There's no hardware that you need to maintain. It's just essentially pushed out to the public for them to absorb that. And they're also incentivized as well. So the simplicity of the service is there from the product we provide on the front end. And then the beauty of the decentralization and the blockchain is there as well. And it all gets wrapped into this financial benefit of you need this service anyway to survive and live out your day-to-day. But now you get to monetize it just like the big players do. So it's not, I wouldn't call it, the big bang, like revolutionary kind of element to it. It's just reshuffling a model that's worked for 5 players and making it a globally distributed economic model. And I recently did a case study. I'm from Italy. I live in Italy. Per annum, Italy spends about $120 billion on cloud storage services. As a nation, if you really think about it, and this is very forward thinking, as a nation, they could establish through our network, through the blockchain itself, a node infrastructure internally for their citizens. And instead of outpaying or having that as an expense to a foreign entity, 115 billion to wherever it's going, it's now recirculating inside the economy. And this goes on many layers below blockchain or outside of blockchain where now taxes could be drafted differently. You could give different benefits to your citizens. Like we could get extremely creative with how this model frees up a ton of capital, right? The friction point is that the big players are the big players. They are so embedded in everyone's lives that it's like, how do you remove that element? But between the simplicity and the ease of use of our product with our blockchain robust in the background, plus the financial incentives, it starts to make that conversation more of a, this actually does make sense. So that's essentially how we're approaching it.
We have 1 more minute, and maybe I'm going to ask you either a call to action that you guys have for the leaders in the room, or a word of advice that you would give them if they want to embark in their blockchain journey, utilizing Cardano.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we're living in the reality today that we were dreaming about 10 years ago. And the next generation coming after this, which is Gen Alpha, they're going to want the reality that you're all dreaming about right now. And that will be agentic, that will be open banking, that will be interoperability, that will be Web 3.0. And these are the kind of key things that you're doing that are shaping the next generation. They're expecting it from you, so just keep doing it.
Cool. Any last word of wisdom from you guys?
I would just say, going back to the beginning, simplify, educate, and exemplify, and that will open a lot of doors. So that would be my suggestion.
All right. I'm living in Switzerland, and we are out of time. So thank you, guys, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, folks, so we have time for one last panel of the day next up, and this time we're going to be shifting gears somewhat. So thus far we've been looking largely at blockchain adoption when it comes to the enterprise level. But of course, use cases and case studies are everywhere, not least when we think about the idea of sustainable development. In fact, humanitarian and sustainability organizations are already looking at blockchain to scale their innovation projects, to unlock new financing and to rethink aid delivery. So that is what we're going to be exploring next. What does good look like in this space, and what lessons can we draw from that experience? Here to help us do that, we have Bernard Kovac, Director of the Global Accelerator and Ventures Initiative at the UN World Food Programme, Francine Picker, Deputy Director of the Bureau for Policy and Programme Support at the UN Development Programme, and Diana Ruano, Head of Fundraising Innovation at the UNHCR. And leading that discussion, we have the brilliant Alex Mauser, Sustainability and Innovation Lead for Cardano. Let's have a round of applause for our panel, folks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last panel for today. They obviously keep the best for last, and as you've heard our wonderful MC, our panelists have been introduced. And so we'd kick in straight away, given that we have a short panel, and today's attention spans are typically shorter. I'm really excited to host you here today, and what we'll do is jump in to the crux of things, where in front of you, you have representatives of UN agencies that have been leading the innovation side of sustainable development and humanitarian action as it relates to blockchain technology and how that particular technology can really drive change in this sector. And so very quickly, you've been introduced, but if you could just share a first instance of when you came into contact with blockchain technology as a concept, as an idea. When was your first time with blockchain, Bernard?
I think probably it might have been crypto actually, but like the real use case was probably about like traceability, about like ledgers that you can use for cash transfers in our case.
Awesome. Francine, how about you?
My first time coming across blockchain was when I was working as Deputy Country Director for UNDP in Indonesia. And the government came to me and said, we think we want to use blockchain, but we don't understand it, and we want to use it to help distribute zakat philanthropy funds. Can you help us?
Awesome. How about you, Diana?
I think in sort of with Switzerland for UNHCR, which has one of our key markets, and the journey with them when they were able to sort of deep dive with us. At first it was sort of an unknown blur, and then kind of that process with them.
Fantastic. Completely different pathways, completely different places and use cases. One that the first time I actually came into contact, not with blockchain, but with blockchain for development and humanitarianism, was actually the World Food Programme's Building Blocks. This is a program that has reached millions of beneficiaries. For those of us in the audience that don't know what Building Blocks is, could you tell us a little bit more and where the program is at right now?
So the basic idea of Building Blocks was really about how can we make cash transfers, in a refugee camp or like somewhere in a more transparent, accountable, and also secure and efficient all at the same time, which blockchain technology actually just lends itself to that. And so the basic idea was, so a person goes into the store, they purchase food, and then you authenticate like yourself, like in Jordan, in the refugee camps, it was with an iris scan actually that we have from the UNHCR. And that's essentially accessing your wallet. You can pay like you shop and then you pay with that. So we have over 1 million people still from multiple agencies actually that access the system that way. Right now, we're also using the same system as a kind of identity management deep duplication mechanism where so the same family that goes to 3 different agencies in Ukraine, it flags that, well, you already got the support once, you shouldn't get it a second or third time. Right now it's being used in Ukraine by 55 different UN entities and NGOs, and we've actually saved $270 million doing that. So it's like over $250 million that have been saved by doing that already. And I think that's just a great example of the power of blockchain technology and also a real use case beyond like just some hype examples.
Awesome, thank you so much. And moving over to Diana, you've been pioneering new approaches as UNHCR to using public blockchains, firstly in cash disbursement, but now also with impact staking for resource mobilization. What made you as an organization more comfortable to experiment with blockchain, not only for aid delivery, but also for resource mobilization to enable it?
I would say that I think it was a great sort of stepping stone to learn all the benefits and in the delivery and the cash assistance, so in terms of transparency, in terms of efficiencies, et cetera. And so then as fundraisers, we asked ourselves, well, how can we actually apply these same principles to actually generate sustainable resources for refugees? So we sort of began our own journey. We quickly learned that people aren't necessarily willing to donate their digital assets. They'd rather hold on to those. But people really do want to make an impact. And so I think it was those insights that kind of led our Switzerland for UNHCR office that I was referring to before to start exploring what options, and that's where the humanitarian stake pool together with Cardano was created. And the idea being very simple, anybody can delegate their assets, so you get to hold on to them, and then it's actually what you donate is the staking rewards. So that was kind of a win-win. And so far it's been excellent. We have over 200 delegators. We have almost $7 million worth of ADA staked. So it's been a fantastic sort of initiative. And that's taken, again, Switzerland for UNHCR to go one step further, very courageously, and kind of bridge the gap with the financial sector. And in that way, launch the Cardano Impact for UNHCR ETP. So this is the first humanitarian organization. We are the ones to create this financial product, the exchange-traded product for humanitarian impact. So it's been quite a journey.
Awesome. And for those of you that are Cardano native, you'll know that the stake pool is called WRFGS, for With Refugees, and it's actually the first, the largest and most supported impact staking project globally, including other blockchain protocols. So Cardano can be really, really proud of itself here. Talking about Cardano, talking about blockchain, Francine, UNDP is quite a decentralized organization with over 170 different country offices, sometimes doing things very independently. Working with UNDP in the past, I've noticed a lot of blockchain pilots popping up all over the place. And recently, we've seen a bit more of a centralization, a coordination effort. What was the kind of aha moment that catalyzed the shift and the potential use of blockchain technology for UNDP's work?
Yeah. So, we are very decentralized, and of those 170 country offices that we have around the world, and just to say, we're a bit different from WFP and UNHCR because we're a development organization. And so we have these 170 country offices, of which 130 are already working with digital technologies in support of countries and governments, because we recognize that for over 70% of the SDGs, digital can help, right? And so we've been working with blockchain, and I'd say with various approaches for about 10 years now. One approach has been pilots, right? And the shared value chocolate bar in Ecuador was one of the first pilots we did in 2019, which was basically tracing that chocolate bar back to the farmer and allowing some profits to go directly to him. So we've got lots of these pilots. Another thing that we've done through that accelerator that you mentioned is kind of an approach that we could call 1,000 flowers blooming, right? Just spray and pray, kind of hope that something will take up. And it does, and we have the Blockchain Academy where we trained 500 staff, and then the accelerator which invested in 50 of those use cases. But what you see is that sort of technology application doesn't necessarily create the kind of big change that you're looking for. And so actually a sort of third approach that we're now focused more on, you talked about a more coordinated strategic approach. we would talk about a systems approach where we really look at how blockchain can be part of a broader systemic change. And for me, the aha moment was realizing that a technology-first, technology-led solution isn't going to create that bigger change. And you need to understand beyond technology what will create that change. And so we started reaching out to companies like Cardano, but others as well, to see how can we have a more strategic partnership to create that change at scale. And then we established this sort of blockchain advisory group with different blockchain companies. We're working on the establishment of a digital wallet and a fund to try and take this work to another level.
Thanks, Francina. You may have answered my next question, at least from UNDP's side, which is you've all had very different approaches as organizations when it comes to blockchain adoption, digital asset adoption. You've mentioned a few challenges that you're now kind of taking on. Diana, what sorts of challenges did your organization encounter when it came to its digital asset transformation journey?
I would say it's striking the balance between innovation and trust. We are a very risk-averse sector, and so blockchain sometimes is not understood or misunderstood very often. So a big challenge has been the advocacy component and making sure that the stakeholder building is going along the way so that we're all kind of aligned and moving in the same direction. Another big challenge, again, particularly focused on the funding focus that we've had, is the regulatory. And that's actually one of the big reasons why a lot of our work has been through Switzerland for UNHCR, because they benefit from a very regulated environment, which is Switzerland. So it's allowed Switzerland for UNHCR to be like a sandbox for the wider UNHCR. They can establish partnerships to ensure that regulation is being met. But yeah, generally speaking, the education, the communication has been a challenge, and the way we overcome it is learn as we go, step by step, iterative processes. And just recently, we won the 2025 Reimagining Beacon Award, so that has also helped really put things on the table for us.
Thank you. Bernard, you're directly involved in the innovation space, specifically for World Food Programme with accelerators running for the past 10 years. What are some of the, outside of building blocks, what are some of the challenges that you've seen from perhaps the startup side when it comes to blockchain technology and using those in humanitarian contexts?
So I think this is one of the beauties of what we do, or also what I personally do or love to do, is like, you need to speak tech, you need to speak problems in the global south that are real, right? And I think that's one of the, bringing that together is kind of the secret sauce, like how we run our programs. World Food Programme has operations in 100 countries and territories, so like our colleagues work with the local communities, with the people, with partners, private sector, locally together. And so we can bridge that, right? Like with the technology, getting the best technology in, and also making sure that you iterate fast, you learn fast, and like the example for the first iteration of building blocks was a test in Pakistan with 100 people, where we brought like a satellite internet with us because we weren't sure whether connectivity would be right? And like by doing that and learning faster, I think you actually can get to solve real issues. I think that's probably step number one. And like for a lot of the founders, the question is always like, okay, is this something that is the problem big enough, and do you solve it in a way that's like it actually makes a difference? And I think this is where it actually helps us that there's no longer the big hype as maybe there's now about AI, now about blockchain, where when blockchain is being used and Cardano, so other networks, it's like we actually see that it's solving a specific issue that otherwise wouldn't be solvable. And I think that's very important, where technology is actually being used for the specific case that we want to be used.
Thank you for that. And we were going to shift over to priorities for blockchain ecosystems to be more valuable to your organizations, their mandates, and in the end, beneficiaries. What could we do better as an industry, as Cardano, as a specific blockchain, what would help you? How could we help you improve our systems, and how could that be done from your perspective? What's lacking? Diana?
I would say maybe not, speaking of hype, not getting caught up in the hype and making really clear what's the problem that we're solving for, and the scalability element. So I guess what I mean by that, and again, with my bias of the funding aspects, it's kind of recognizing the enormous opportunity that we have within the blockchain community to basically create these types of solutions, funding solutions. We know that global aid is going down dramatically, so here's a huge opportunity to actually use this community and in a way that very much fits the needs of the community. So like I was saying, you don't donate your digital assets because you don't feel comfortable. So finding solutions like the stake pool, like the exchange traded product, where people go about their normal business, but they're still doing good and they're contributing. And this basically allows it to be scalable, and it allows many, many more people to make an impact.
That makes a ton of sense, especially from the resource mobilization perspective. Francine, when you're talking about the systemic approach, right? You've brought together as an organization, I think, over 30 different Web3 organizations, foundations, exchanges, stablecoin providers. What could we do as an industry to better support UNDP in its ability to execute its mandate?
I just want to quickly say, in terms of challenges or barriers, I think one key one that we didn't talk about is government capacity. So we've got to, in order to unlock the potential of blockchain, we really need to build the government's understanding of how to use it and apply it. So it's not just one-off patch-on applications, but how blockchain can support bigger change within the government to improve services and value to its citizens. So I just wanted to say that. I think that's important. I think moving forward, we need to work in real collaboration, and it would be really great if blockchain companies also move out of their silos and move into a more system-type approach with us. I think in partnership, you bring the technology and the solutions. We bring context. We help understand how, whether it's legal identity, digital payments, future of work, traceability, whatever the issue, we can really help to understand how applying that technology makes sense in that context. For example, banking, financial services, right? You can't do that without understanding the geopolitics of the context in which it's happening. Or legal identity, you can't work on legal identity without understanding those groups who are at risk and maybe don't want to be part of the blockchain. So you need to build solutions that accommodate their needs. So these are some of the nuances that are really important to understand when it comes to using technology as part of a development solution.
Bernard, I see you're itching to say something.
No, it's, I actually want to add to this, where it's like, I think it's important where, if anybody wants to donate, by the way, do donate, right? Like, so that's great. But like, I think there's a big fish to fry here, and like something we need to talk about, whereas like, I think a lot of times the use cases that you will build like naturally on blockchain, on Web3, maybe in Europe or the US, it's kind of like, maybe it's niche, but these problems can actually exist in the global south, in developing countries, where it actually solves a real issue for millions of people. And like, I think that's a big opportunity, where it's going beyond just like, well, kind of philanthropy or doing good, to, well, it's a real business opportunity. You're solving a real issue, and you also help communities, some of them that have been like on the disadvantage, to leapfrog into like a future that's actually a lot better off. And I guess it's more like the encouragement also, like to approach this with an open mindset. I love, of course, the collaboration angle, but also the aspect of maybe founders, maybe companies here in the room, you want to do something, whether that's on cash transfers, financial inclusion for unbanked, like supply chain optimization. There's tons of opportunities that are realistic in the space that we operate.
So I want to pick up on what you all just said, in the sense that it seems like there's a massive level of value that UN agencies actually bring, not only to the governments and the beneficiaries that they serve in local contexts, but also to technology solution providers, not only to contextualize what they're building or what they might want to build, but also to access some of these opportunities and also educate at the same time. I think one of the things that I found particularly encouraging was 2 startups that are actually here today that were part of UNDP's SDG Blockchain Accelerator, getting access to public sector piloting opportunities, and in doing so, educating government authorities in a very practical way is, this is what blockchain technology is actually about. This is what it's looking at. These 2 projects are Zengate and Plastics. One of them looks at agricultural supply chains and supporting smallholder farmers. The other is looking at plastic recycling. And these are just 2 of the many, many different use cases that were incubated there, and I'm sure as well within the accelerators that you have at World Food Programme, as well as the ones at UNHCR. Now, we know that we have significant needs coming from beneficiaries, and we have a significant reduction in development aid and humanitarian aid. How is blockchain helping you do more with less? And how could it do that to a greater extent? I don't want to say better, faster, cheaper, but I just did. This, I think, would be kind of a wrapping and a closing thought, but Diana, do you want to kick us off?
Yes, more with less is definitely the mantra these days. I would say the 2 main things is the efficiency and the trust. The efficiency in our operations, the way that we can use it, like I was referring to before, in our cash assistance to make it quicker, efficient, and obviously make the dollars invested go further. But I would argue just as important, or perhaps more important, is the issue of transparency. So again, with the situation that we're at right now, the fact that the public blockchain people, anything that they donate, anything that they give, donors, partners, you can actually see and trace it. We are currently in a situation where there's a huge decline in trust actually in our sector. So all of this helps rebuild that trust. So I think it's an excellent solution to a problem that we have around trust in our sector. So that traceability and that transparency, I think, is super, super important.
Fantastic. How about you, Francine?
I mean, I think that I would focus more on the challenges that we have in the world around us and why blockchain is so important for helping us address and accelerate. If we are to remain relevant and really tackle global development problems today, we need to be faster, we need to accelerate to tackle those problems. So we need to work with blockchain and digital technology companies to get the speed and scale that we need. I think that's, for me, the most important here.
Thank you. Bernard, to wrap us up.
I would say for the sustainable development, humanitarian or development space, we should have the same kind of ambition level as we have in our daily lives. We should have the best technology solving the problems for people in the best way, right? Like serving people in the best shape or form. If you want to have services like where you order stuff online or whatever, like you also want to have the best services. So I think having that approach, that's great because also blockchain plays a key role in enabling that, whether it's the trust, whether it's the transparency, the accountability in that, and it allows us to drive efficiency and efficiency gains, as I was saying, like $250 million, right? That allows us to actually have these types of savings. And at the same time, this gives us the proof that your money is well spent, right? Like, and I think this is like where, yes, we do this because we want to be efficient, but at the same time, that proves that this is money well spent.
Thank you. So there you have it. Blockchain and the UN, it's not a new story, but it's certainly an exciting and evolving one. It's looking at everything from resource mobilization all the way to aid and development distribution. And while we're very short on time today, I hope that you'll join us tomorrow during a masterclass to find out one of the ways that Cardano hopes to contribute to some of the many challenges that were brought up here today as an ecosystem, among many others. And with this, I'd like to thank our excellent panelists and our fantastic audience for staying with us today. So yes, thank you.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks to our panel. So a couple more sessions lined up for you. We're done with panels, but we've got a couple more fascinating insights to share. And in fact, we've had a whole day of fascinating insights and opinions and experiences shared right across the broad spectrum of organizations we've had up here on the main stage, which is proof positive that this is very much a community of great minds all working together to kind of advance this industry, which is something that we are going to dive into next. Here to discuss why every voice matters, why we're stronger when we build together, and to introduce this concept of the governance trilemma. Please welcome our next guest, the wonderful Jack Briggs, Interim Executive Director over at Intersect MBO.
Hi everyone, hopefully my mic's working okay. Okay, yeah, there's a slide, okay. Hi everyone. So today I'm the Interim Executive Director at Intersect, and hopefully will be the permanent one, we'll see in the coming weeks. Today I want to cover a bit about sort of two things, coordinating the uncoordinated, which is a little bit of the play on banking the unbanked, which we know quite well in Cardano. And also the governance trilemma and where Cardano sort of finds itself in 2025 and looking ahead into the years to come. So it has been 9 months since governance came on chain in full, so it's not been long. But 9 months in blockchain is a long time, and lots has happened in there. So perspective does matter when we think about what we're trying to achieve here in Cardano. Actually, one of those things related to that is the product committee here at Intersect are looking currently and working on a 2030 vision for Cardano, because we've sort of ended the eras. We're in the Voltaire era now, but there isn't anything really looking ahead. But the product committee have been working on that, and that will be going on-chain for the community to vote on. The current working draft vision is, I'm going to get this right, Cardano is the most secure, reliable, and censorship-resistant blockchain for mission-critical applications to power the economies of the future. So it's a pretty powerful mission statement, which I think we can all get behind, knowing how secure and reliable Cardano is. But a critical check to realizing that vision, to realizing the strategy that goes underneath it, is on-chain governance. And we're faced with a different take on the classical scalability trilemma, and underpinning all of that is coordination. So let me get to it. I haven't got that long. So yeah, building consensus. Cardano is one of the few blockchains where the centralization isn't just a principle, it is a lived practice. It's not an abstract principle either. They do shape how the network evolves and have done for many years. But principles alone aren't enough. Coordination is needed. So why coordination matters? And I think in a decentralized ecosystem, this is maybe more evident than not, and we've seen it in various different open source foundations and open source programs for decades. But coordination is important mainly because of the scale. We have over 1.3 million unique delegators that secure the network and actively participate in Cardano's on-chain governance today, right now. Strength is diversity, but diversity can fragment without coordination. And so some of the obvious things that need coordination are the big challenges which are above there. So mainnet upgrades, we know that needs coordination. We have lots of different dApps, lots of libraries, wallets, exchanges. We need to come together and decide and discuss when we're ready to upgrade. We have resource allocation from the Treasury. This year we've approved, the Cardano community have approved 280 million ADA worth of funding from the Treasury for a bunch of different initiatives, with Intersect roughly accounting for 260 million of that 280 million that we're helping to administer for those partners to deliver. So that's where we play a unique role. And we also have unique legal structures at Intersect to enable some of this coordination. So we're incorporated in Wyoming. We're a not-for-profit, member-based. Anyone in the room here can join. It's $10 to join for the year, so it's not much. And we also have an entity in the Cayman Islands that covers tax and liability reasons so that we can get funds to projects to deliver without too much overhead and compliance problems. So that's why coordination matters. But today I also want to introduce this concept. It's not actually a new concept, but it's the governance trilemma. And it's easy to name, but it's hard to solve, as it talks about here. We want integrity, we want efficiency, we want effectiveness, but the moment you try to have them all at the same time, essentially you can't. When you push one higher, you've got to push one back, and that's the classic scalability trilemma that we know from blockchain for years. So it's a well-worn trilemma, but it's important to notice or to accept that it is the precursor to trade-offs, to accepting those trade-offs, that we're never going to get it quite perfect in governance, and that's okay. We want processes, obviously, to be trusted, swift, and impactful, but in decentralized governance, perfection in one dimension often comes at the expense of another. So yeah, the work is finding balance, not pretending it's easy, and that is, people know it's not easy. But the win is to collaborate, not to absolutize, and governance must fit the context we're in today. There is not a one-size blueprint to governance on Cardano. In Satoshi's Genesis email, actually, he says the root problem with conventional currency is all the trust that's required. And as we decentralize trust, which we've done now in the last 9 months, we slow coordination, and that's the tension that we have. Okay, so I've mocked up a little nice visual to sort of visualize how the 3 points of this work. So this is my take on where we find ourselves today. We have integrity, effectiveness, and efficiency, as you can see, and where I think 2025 sort of finished, if you like. We're not quite finished, but close to it. We were pretty effective. We allocated a huge amount of money from the Treasury for large-scale technological improvements with Laos, Midgard, tons of different ecosystem. I mean, it's like, I think, 39 proposals we put on chain, and many people remember that. Many L1s have the same challenges as Cardano, and Cardano isn't unique here. We have if you have high efficiency with low integrity, you have capture, risk, and churn. On the other hand, if you have high effectiveness, I don't have a laser here, but if you have high effectiveness with low integrity and low efficiency, you may get sporadic wins, but they don't compound, and that's a problem. So we need to invest to raise efficiency without losing that integrity. Repeatable decisions, for example, with clear SLAs and visible handoffs, open data on governance outcomes, budgets, delivery, so that review is cheap, not slow, and then lightweight dispute and exception paths so that we don't have to stall the whole process. And then we also want to continue to invest and improve effectiveness, which is strategy and roadmaps with common KPIs and metrics, which we're doing now with the product committee. So that's something we haven't had this year. And in fact, actually, we haven't really had it properly defined and clearly defined as an ecosystem for, I don't think, forever. Where, what are we targeting? Do we want 100x transactions? Do we want 100 million TVL, or 1 billion TVL, 500 billion TVL? What are the numbers that we're shooting for? And then, therefore, the budgets and what we fund from the Treasury can target those KPIs. That's coming in 2026 through the new budget process, which is really exciting. And then we also want to continue to improve our post-decision delivery assurance. So Intersect has delivery assurance now. We've got a team doing that work, which is hard work, but it's important work, and we have smart contracts and doing lots of that stuff. But there is more work to do, of course, more improving. And then always important for Cardano, I think this is a principle for Cardano more generally, is we need to defend and automate integrity. So codify rules wherever possible, automate checks so that integrity costs less time, And then we could even consider publishing sort of constitutional standards or rules of code of conducts where we're able to discuss conflicts and disclosures and those kind of things. But overall, we're in a good place, but as I said, there are trade-offs with everything we do here. I think of the trilemma as sort of 3 dials, right, which is the obvious thing. You can turn them and dial them up and dial them down. But the goal isn't necessarily to max all 3. I don't think it's ever possible. But the goal is credible balance that compound. So that's sort of how we're trying to look at this. And when we think about efficiency, we're thinking about time to make decisions. I think next year we want to definitely see that improve. Okay, I'm running out of time, but I wanted to sort of talk about sort of polycentrism, and this links to how we as an ecosystem are really moving forward, in 2025, 2026. It's big changes over the past, couple of years with on-chain governance coming forward, and the ecosystem is maturing, I think, at an exponential rate, which is super exciting. This time last year, actually, in Dubai, I shared a quote from Henrik Ibsen: "A community is like a ship, everyone ought to be prepared to take the helm." And back then, that was, I guess, an experimental sort of process, or where we were in that stage. It was an aspiration, and a reminder that governance wasn't something that a few would do for the many, but that's something we'd have to learn together, right? And a year later, where we are today, that's definitely become real. We've got multiple helms, multiple centers of decision-making, committees, DREP, SBOs, builders, we've got new DAOs, we've got users, ADA holders, as we've always had, but they're now all steering in their own way, yet part of the same voyage, to use a rubbish metaphor. But that's where polycentrism looks like in practice. It's not one captain shouting orders, we don't have that anymore, but many capable navigators sharing the same compass. So yes, it's slower, but it's also stronger, it's also fairer, and far more resilient. So a sort of quick one on cypherpunks, and so I think that for me is a strong reason why I'm here, because I believe in minimum lean coordination wherever it's needed, not overly excessive. They taught us that freedom comes without permission, and it comes from participation. So we've built systems that resist control, and where trust is replaced by verification. But that is it is something where it only works where culture and structure reinforce each other. So code gives us integrity, processes create efficiency, and people deliver effectiveness. So that's how I sort of look at this trilemma as well. It doesn't seek perfection at any one corner of the trilemma, as I said. We have to find an equilibrium where we're happy, and I think that will move around and blend and flex as we mature and find different challenges in the ecosystem. And as I said, the proof is here already, right? Early this summer, the community approved a landmark resource allocation. It's the largest, as far as I can tell, the largest single allocation of a budget resource from a decentralized treasury in the history of blockchain. So it's a massive win for Cardano to have done that in the first year, really, of on-chain governance being live. And we've got many new people here, but all aligned on sort of shared purpose, really. And this is how we coordinate the uncoordinated, and why Cardano remains a living example in decentralized order for me. So thank you for being part of how we make it work. I'm Jack. I've got a large team with me from Intersect here. There's a booth for us, so you can come and check it out and join. Anyone can join. As I said, it's $10, so it's pretty cheap. And come and come and help us solve the biggest challenges facing the Cardano network. Thank you very much.
Right, well, we are pretty much done here for the day in terms of our content. We do have one last session for you, though, and we thought we'd finish off day one with a short recap of the key learnings from the day so far, highlights, if you will, as well as a look forward to what we can expect next, both tomorrow here at the Summit and, of course, as part of that broader transformation that we are all involved in. So let's do that now. Back once again, and here to share his thoughts, please put your hands together for the brilliant Giorgio Zanetti, CTO over at Cardano.
We made it, the last speech of the day. Congratulations, everyone. Guten Abend. I was told by my wife I should practice my German, or Schöne Obig, my Swiss German. I wanted to share a little bit my point of view of the day one summit of the mind, inside the mind of a CTO. It's very hard to talk to us, and maybe I will give you a sneak peek of how we think. And I thought I have 10 minutes. I came up with the top 10 of the most exciting things I've seen today. An honorable mention was for the run this morning at 7:30 a.m. Maybe there's some fellow runners here in the room. Anyone? No? We were 15? No? Tomorrow we run again. Reach out to me if you want to do that. At number 10, Cardano is going multi-chain. I've talked to many teams working on partner chains and layer 2s. We have Apex, we have Nuvola, of course we have Midnight coming. We have OneChain, the Wi-Fi sponsor. You will soon be able to bridge your Cardano assets to Water Chain. This is awesome. Number 9, Hydra vending machine. I don't know if you guys have the bracelet, but this is running on Cardano. You can collect point by going to every booth in the expo. And there's a vending machine where you can collect your prizes. And I think this is really cool, real-world adoption. Number 8, the BRI research. It was a speech earlier this morning. There's booklets all around, I guess, on the table. And this was really inspiring to see. And it's amazing how all the technologies are being interconnected. We have AI, blockchain, cloud, identity. And I think this research does a great job at outlining that. Number 7, today, Delta DeFi is launching. Maybe you guys know them, maybe you don't. This is another use case using Hydra, our scalability solution. Delta DeFi is an order book, high-frequency trading on Cardano. So yes, we are scalable. And I wanted to shout out to the team for launching today. Go and check it out. Number 6 is the Academy. The Cardano Foundation, we have an education team working on the Academy, as the name suggests. And they are launching a course on Coursera. So we have our own platform, but we are distributing our content on other platforms. And from today on, you will be able to consume Cardano content on Coursera. I think this is a great milestone. Number 5, we have the Giro crypto card. They are launching a card where you will be able to spend your Cardano, but also trade perps on Cardano. They are using Strike. And this is another adoption case showing that Cardano is scalable and you can build anything you want. Number 4 is all about liquidity. I've been talking to maybe 5, 6 peers and companies, stablecoin issuers, asset managers. And yes, finally, liquidity is coming to Cardano. And this is really exciting to see. At number 3, the awesome masterclasses on the first floor. There's not only the expo and the main stage. I invite you to have a look at the agenda. I was specifically impressed by the Reeve masterclass. This is a product built by the Cardano Foundation on how companies can be transparent about their finances. And tomorrow there's more masterclasses, so I invite you to check the agenda. We come to number 2, and this is Amaru. I don't know if you talked to the guys at the booth. Amaru is an implementation of Cardano that can run on a Raspberry Pi. Cardano is famous for being a tank, is very solid and robust, but now we are also nimble. We can run on a Raspberry Pi, and you can wear it around your neck, and it works. So this is an incredible achievement, and the team deserves all the accolades. And at number 1, we have Veridian. And I'm very bullish on Veridian. Veridian is the identity wallet built on the Carry standard. And I've been approached by 5, 6 different community members with different use cases, and they're already building with it. And this is really incredible because we already have a large community on Cardano, and now we are creating community within the communities. And this is really when we get true scale. So this was my top 10, and I will see you tomorrow morning. I will do an opening keynote explaining what's happening. And yeah, let's catch up for drink, enjoy the refreshment, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Great stuff. Thank you, Giorgio. And well done to narrowing the highlights down to just 10. Okay, so that does bring our content program to a close here in the main room. I hope you've all enjoyed it. It's been a real pleasure hosting you here today. In terms of what happens next, first of all, some good news. Dinner starts in about an hour's time back in this room, and you are all invited. So really looking forward to spending some time with you there, getting to meet you all. Look forward to it. The bad news, we need this room back to be able to prep for that. So I will have to ask you all to vacate, move your way back out to the foyer and continue with the conversations there. But a great opportunity to network, to meet your fellow attendees. And in a further, I always like to finish on a high. Good news, there are drinks now served out there in the foyer. So do make your way out there. We will see you back in here for 5:30 for dinner, for drinks, and for music. And our day starts back in here on the main stage at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Look forward to seeing you there. Thanks all.